have. Ladies and gentlemen, on the basis of our partnership, the military has continued to provide support for a number of countries and institutions to combat
You're watching my live streams. I'm gonna go.
Provided assistance to developing countries and LCs. In conclusion, I wish you every success. May the peace of God.
That was the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Qatar there. Now I'd like to introduce
Wow, you're so crisp. Instantly. So you see the viewer counter is still 0. This idiot's watching right now.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada,
solar winds backdoor
the Most Honourable Prime Minister of Jamaica, and Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, fighting foreign aid of more than $1.54 billion at an unprecedented speed for developing countries with vulnerable health and medical aid.
I know they said I don't be shit when I was in the ditch. No pussy, I'm rich, they low, don't switch, they solid one bitch. See the fun, awesome shit, talk shit, get hit, fake punk, I'm lit. I keep my stick, I let it flick this
thumbnail for this video. I don't know if you can see it, but my face is sort of stretched sideways.
I'm sick, I ain't it, crip that billion, I dip, I hit is lit, I talking shit. Fuck is splitting, fuck is gang, I'll hit the three.
This isn't magic, man. Like, you're not doing something to me. The CCD scans like this. Between the top and the bottom, a lot of time. Methods new, real world goes fast, man.
Such as cold storage facilities and transportation. You know you're rocking that wire. The mobilization of private sector resources is essential to bridge the funding the SDGs. It is at 2.5.
Hit it with a slug, go make food slow.
It is at 2.5.
Hit it with a slug, go make food slow. You know me, I'm all about my dough. I make sure my boys gon' blow. They love my beat, they rate my flow. My neck is cold, it's 0 below. Big bitch gon' shoot you, know I joke. I keep my heat, I ain't talking about a stove. I'm in a trap, summer food, no fresh code. That nigga wants meat, my strap gon' blow. Every time I jump a truck, my clothes gon' grow. Made sure he told me, don't love a hoe. I should've known that she was right. Because if that me really tight, I'll fuss my strap if she gon' fight. Hoodie on, alright at night, I'll show my might. Never late, 40 with the beam in, he inside, and I ain't missing, I ain't slipping, never tripping. Coke, I'm whipping, check my waist, I'm really dripping. Packs, I'm flipping, niggas talking, niggas snitching. Trigger finger really itching for niggas that want me dead. 9 on me, a 2 in the head. These niggas run to God like Ned. Check my flag, it's really red. Married to the game, not newlywed. Niggas watch my every move. They just wanna see me lose. These niggas lost like Blues Blues. My flow is sick, it's got the flu. Hey, I make red, just call me Dempster's inner mouth, just like a denture. I am icy, looking fresher. Fuck that bitch, I'll never miss her. She respect me, call me Mr. Since she left, I have been better. Really wish I never met her. Pays these niggas like a letter.
I should sit here and do nothing for 20 minutes, just make up for that.
We therefore call for financial mobilization of the international community in support of the poorest country.
I took one drag off the joint. I told you.
I believe that the best
Well, yeah, I guess I didn't realize he was trying the entire time to shut it off.
Special drawing rights.
He was trying the entire time. Keep it up, Jomo. He's been trying the entire time to shut it down. Keep it up, Jomo. I still am not touching anything, watching everything flash up and down on my screen. Wow. It's so creative.
Niggas don't love you, that's a nice. I'm not no cheese, God bless me, no sneeze. Niggas see me and freeze. Shorty no shit, he's got strapped to the slot. They grew the legs, that black just rat. Put him in a box, no jack. Roll 1 deep, never need a pack. Hey, niggas know me from north to the south. Never need no one, make my own club. Southside, reach apart, nigga, that's my road. Niggas selling drugs, man, I'm in a drought. They all know what I'm about. Stuck in bread, talk shit, catch land to the head. Off the shit's no meds, never fuck on the red. Stay away from the feds, on the streets, no bed. Hey, deep water, I track, no snow, no sled. I swamp me dead, this day I dread. Bitch gave me hits, see my strap, they fled. Hey, I know they said I don't be shit when I was in the ditch. No pussy, I'm rich, they low, don't switch, they solid one bitch. See the flick of the wrist, I'm awesome shit, talk shit, get hit, fake punk, I'm lit. I keep my stick, I let it flick just like a pick. I'm in his house like old Saint Nick. She want my dick, she know I'm sick. I ain't a crip, that crack, I nip, I hit.
So these idiots, methods are like this. So they really believe everything happens because they make it happen or allow it happen. These people hit the fucking roof. They throw fucking conniption. They can't even verbalize. Sounds. When they see me doing the exact same thing I've been doing every day my whole life. Because in their mind, when they're sitting around babbling over the fucking light bulb, well, he's this and he's that, or he's doing this reason and that reason. I mean this and that. None of it happened. They all fucking.
Hit him with a slug, go make moves slow. You know me, I'm all about my dough. Gotta make sure my boys don't glow. They love my beat, they rate my flow. My neck is cold, it's 0 below. Big risk gon' shoot, you know I drove. I keep my heat, I ain't talking about a stove. I'm in a trap, summer food, no fresh code. That nigga wants beef, my strap gon' blow. Every time I drop a truck, my clothes gon' grow. Main shorty told me, don't love her low. I should've known that she was right. Because of that, we really tight up.
Oh, no.
You on my mind all day, all night. You on my mind all day.
Please keep jamming up, Shomo. Come on, Shomo. I didn't even like the thing yet. What are you hitting the roof for?
I just need you to know.
Every time I point on a fucking.
You on my mind all day.
Every time
You on my mind.
I point out how mentally ill you are, how much of a fucking method. Every time I point out how much of a fucking method you are, and everything I say about you is true.
You to know. I just need you to know. You on my mind all day.
Then the irony is having one long video and a whole bunch of short ones. More and more that these idiots keep doing this. They're getting more pissed off that I keep doing the same thing I was already doing.
Regardless of the city I'm in, getting paid for my rhymes. Like proceeds of crime when I flow is divine. Let me show you how to shine. In this moment of time, I need to hold something to know that it's mine. If I slip and I fall, you can catch me. If I'ma fuck it all up, or you just gon' stand there and let me with friends like these. These enemies, close my eyes, I don't wanna see. Said most of the world, so it was, so it'll be. Until we wake the fuck up, yeah, I've been a G. But that ain't all there is to me. Me and Lady Luck, we got history. Cause I shouldn't be here physically. Even front, for what's gone, I know you'll be missing me. The reaper in the shadows with the sickle glistening. For as long as I can, I'ma leave them there waiting on me. And all this rapper suck, I know y'all been waiting on me. Yeah, mama used to do it, now the boys say the same shit. Putting other families through it, these streets get hectic. That's the only thing you were fighting when you in the corner flexing. Like you were telling, any man come against me, I'ma smite. Heard somewhere in the Bible it says we're built just like
Cut off the hell,
God like, we're not like by God. All my dogs know there's no days off.
I can't even give it away.
How much will it cost to see it hurts less if you put the petty dog? My life moves too fast, tell me how to hit bars.
What you gonna
All I
do?
know is gas, how he beat the spark. But to set it off, been a blast. I got hard times in the rear view, something in the deck I cannot do. I got hard times in the rear view, something in the deck I cannot do. Something in the deck I cannot do. Had a hard life, me too. Don't worry, I got something in the deck we can not do. Keep hard times, we give you something in the deck I can not do. We had a hard life, me too. Don't worry, I got something in the deck we can not do. I got something in the deck we can not do.
Where do you find this guy?
I got something in the deck we can not do.
You can't see it, but you got the duty right there.
Check it out, though. I'm blinded by my vanity, puff up past me my sanity. Foolish man care only for degrees. Intelligent man plan for a season ahead. Gotta have enough food for the winter. Yeah, I'm guilty, but my mama tell me better. There's days when I felt like I couldn't go any further. Wake up in the morning, I don't even wanna get up. Yeah, God, yeah, we fed up. 2020 was all about keeping your head up. How you coming back up get us? So wait here for a while, I guess. I ain't something but the time my best. Yeah, we tired at the time. And if we take a rest, it's been a long time that we've been doing this. Got a few friends going that I always miss. And I was there when they lost my grandfather. Felt like I should have cried, but my anger wouldn't let me feel for a stranger. Plus I got my mama's pride. We gon' make it through the day, we gon' be alright. Trying to learn from life's lessons, especially from the losses. Gotta respect the process. You know you just another call, get crucified, burned alive, strung up high. If you don't play your part, play along. Tell me who wins the game if in the end all the players are gone. Losers always say they right, even when they know they wrong. The only real mistake is not learning from your mistakes. Is all like the face of the clown, the smiles, the
TED
frown.
Talk or something about what game theory. One of them, I don't know if it's TED Talk. What game theory teaches us about war? You don't want to delve down that road, I don't think. If you know what you're talking about.
So far away from here, keep calm here, my man.
Doing it by soldiers today.
Hard times, give you something in the deck I can nod to. You had a hard life, me too. Don't worry, I got something in the deck we can nod to. Keep hard times, give you something in the deck I can nod to. You had a hard life, me too. Don't worry, I got something.
It says, well, I'm getting high.
Yeah. Hell yeah. High as a motherfucker right now.
The last joint.
Yeah. Get out. Yeah. Show up at the spotlight, steal all the spotlight. Start a fire without any regards to the wildlife. Wake up to mob light. Last night was a wild night. Sometimes we do this all the time. Stay rocking with me to the end. Don't hustle for me, dog. Do it for yourself. I know letting that heat off is bad for their health. I got chalks on the cell. You scared to stay in the house.
I knew somebody that played banjo with metal,
you ever hear me spit. Fuck that. I got many. I be a rich man for everyone. I got a penny. Sometimes reality hits you like a semi. Gets you when you ain't ready. Sucker punch by destiny. Keep your guard up. I'm on my knees praying. 3 in the AM. Hope God's up. Yeah, I'm running out of tears. Still praying for my homie. All his kids say this is better than this. Never forget. You gotta know your worth. No matter how bad it gets. Just know it can always get worse. They ask questions later and shoot first. You should learn to appreciate life. I know sometimes it don't seem like, but it's a gift. And if you left right now, there's so much that you miss. Too many ghosts on these blocks as it is. We stronger than that. Play this track, bring that real shit back. Yeah.
Survives, no, not tonight, no, not tonight. I'm ready to die, I'm ready to die, I'm walking away. Nobody survives, no, not tonight, no, not tonight. Kicking it with a quickness, like fitness, I rip this. How in the world did he spit this? I think I need a witness. You know I really get this, I get dissed, I get pissed. They throw shade, I get missed. These rappers be on my shit list. Killing them on the track, I be killing them with the flow. I be killing them cause they're back, hitting them with that fatal blow. I be killing them with the facts, and you already know. I'm sure these busters what they lack, and I be hitting them with some more. Not like these other DGs, I'm an endangered species. You rappers are like PCs, you suck just like some kikis. I'm high and you beneath me. Salute is how they treat me. Don't like me, so defeat me. Don't like me, so delete me. Chiefing with my Indians, counseling, bagging up and out again. Money I be counting in. Haters they be doubting it, talking out they mouth and shit. Say I want them out the shit, but I be about the shit, bitch. I'm ready to die, I'm ready to die, I'm walking away. Nobody survives, no, not tonight, no, not tonight. I'm ready to die, I'm ready to die, I'm walking away. Nobody survives, no, not tonight, no, not tonight. It's coming for me. Yo, yeah, no, 1,000 ways to die. There's only one way you wanna go. Grab your pistol. verified, started to be enlarged. The large state of where the road being with the most. Once again, my nose is microphone and crush dogs, stop from multiple rocks. While he choked on his own bars, while we're rapping this back of the half, rapping some tracks, still know nothing about it. I'm not beating the fucking tracks. Hit the dislike button, press the button, switch you about to get it, but I kinda wanna rip and scratch your beat off the record. I'm relentless and reckless, immature, so neglected. Think to tear the party out of me, no intervention. The bitch is pathetic, but sending a message. You ready to get with it? The mission is simple. We finish the bottle, get ready to die. The more you know we're with it. I'm ready to die. Are you ready to die? I'm walking away. Nobody survives. No, not tonight. No, not tonight. I'm ready to die. Are you ready to die? I'm walking away. Nobody survives. No, not tonight. No, not tonight.
I stay as crooked as these cops is. Cut you out when I walked in. Yeah, it's your law. I'm used to them watching. That's how I do it. Cut them so quick when this blood drips. It's still blue fluid. Nah, I'm not new to this. Down to die tonight. Down to ride tonight. When they kill me, you'll probably have a pocket full of China white. Chopping in that back lane. Carry so much weight. I got back pains. Fish scale like I've been hunting mermaids. Full clip to the face. Send your brains to outer space. This body full of worms. When it's my turn, I'm down to burn. The hellfire from the pistol. Everything in this life is earned. If you're a piece of shit like me, ain't nobody gonna miss you. That's for sure. Ain't no surviving this. I'm putting holes where his vital organs is. It's that talk shit. Flags in the sky.
In the craft, I was born and raised in this trap. I'm a slave to my ways. So the cage already driving around with the gauge. I got ready for anything. Cause you never know some days is the money. Driving around with the gauge. I got ready for anything. Cause you never know some days is the money. Other days is the blood. Next minute you're a fucking ghost. Yeah, keep cracking them jokes, keep digging. I pop them, have your bones slowing down, shit scream. Keep the scenes lined up for me the next week. Come on, me, I need the next please. Before I knew about the broken beats, I knew about the grab the keys.
Oh, you didn't know I knew your friends. Oh, I didn't mention that.
And all the shiny things that it comes with. However, sleeping on the streets, refuse to stay at a shelter. Living in a jacuzzi room at the Delta. But the circle's never over for a soldier. When I'm drunk or sober, I ain't stopping when the police try to pull me over. So when you beg, we don't pray. You can find a body dead in the alleyway. In the streets, so when you beg, we don't play. You can get stabbed up in broad day. In the streets, so when you beg, we don't pray. You can find a body dead in the alleyway. In the streets, so when you beg, we don't play. You can get stabbed up in broad day. In the streets, so when you beg. In the streets, so when you beg. The realest shit I ever did. Been over gang violence ever since I was a little kid. It's so fun till the sun sets and then it's gone. I seem to have the same calm every morn. I try to form a kids with every chance I get. You never know I'm a mission next 5 days. Christmases, it's a fucked up world we live in. Mama told me keep what you're running and work with what you give it. Never would have thought I could do what I've done. 5 G's around the neck, she's picking one hand on the gun. Like what I'm to get to where I am. The road is long and never winding. So it's not the shadows that worry me. It's the blacker than the hand on the mask, man, it was the murky. I'ma keep my head low while I'm working. Cause the purple wanna be my ass, and it's the only thing I know for certain. Motherfuckers still running their mouth. Like we did not just run in their house with the gun in their mouth. Screaming and let the kids come out. Fuck that, we burning it down. Motherfuckers better watch they back as PK. Every single fucking day of the week, alright? Motherfucker, don't close your eyes, don't go to sleep, I'm there. So when you beg, we don't pray. You can find a body dead in the alleyway. In the streets, so when you beg, we don't play. You can get stabbed up in broad day. In the streets, so when you beg, we don't pray. You can find a body dead in the alleyway. In the streets, so when you beg, we don't play. You can get stabbed up in broad day. In the streets, so when you beg. In the streets, so when you beg. I stay back in PK every single fucking day of the week, alright? Motherfucker, don't close your eyes, don't go to sleep, I'm there.
So when you pray, we gon' pray. You can find a body dead in the alleyway.
You tell us
Well, it took a while.
The details of my life are quite inconsequential.
Oh, no, please, let's hear about your child.
Some waste of resources. Fucking bank machine or credit card account. Who cares what they do? I remember hackers used to be able to fuck the machine up enough that it wouldn't work again. These guys don't seem to be able to do that.
My life are quite inconsequential.
Oh, no, please, let's hear about your child.
That Western Street roll with that ambition, my whole childhood I've been on a mission. Running up the habits of the mission. Only take me a second to throw the clipping. Lick shots to get the dipping. You be wise to listen. I'm just a crack dealer, rolling in a custom jackal. At the bow to the gang side, throwing action. I'm the 20. Too much when you were born at you. See around here, we do more than we have to. First we shoot you, then we stab you. In the mood of captain, cops don't care what happened. That's why we stick to the gangs and drug trafficking. They say my destiny is hell, and then I have a shit for every one of my crack sales. I say fuck it, tell the devil to prepare me a cell. I keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep or breathe, but it's all I need. Keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep or breathe, lost already speak. Keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep or breathe, but it's all I need. Keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep or breathe, lost already speak. I'm on this road, and I don't know where I'm heading. Got a feeling it's a dead end till I stroll. The last entry of a lost soul. The game got a cold shoulder. Now I'm on my own, a cold soldier. Let's see walk with me, judge me not. I have to rock and blaze weed. If I'm not supposed to, maybe Lord, you should come and take me. Bring an end to this shit, chasing dreams. Till the end, I'll be chasing with my team. Making it Miami. Everything seems so far. When you tell me what they say, it's so far. When I see the cold Lord, I'm soldier, so much soldier. Try to get this cold world. I'm with a punk, all the head turns up. And the right to the stone turns up.
Is a 2 to 3 week harsh increase in restrictions to curb the spread of more contagious and more deadly variants of concern.
Yeah,
they're hitting the holy shit button.
Every threshold that we passed that led us into the lockdown end of December.
As a result, Uni says variants will result in a considerably higher burden to Ontario's healthcare system than what we saw in Wave 2. But Ontario's top doctor says plans to reopen personal care services in lockdown zones, on top of already loosened dining restrictions, are being assessed on a day-to-day basis. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Federal health officials pivoting on AstraZeneca vaccine guidelines. Ottawa now advising those under the age of 55 not to receive the shot for the time being as it reviews possible side effects.
Listen, why can't I just ask him?
Betty, I know it means a great deal to you, but try to think of the rest of it.
Anybody know what this page is made out of?
Now if you ask me for a new dress.
That falls into your garden every year.
Dear, I told him to be careful.
One little bit of lead in there.
But what are you doing out there?
I wasn't doing anything, Mom.
Oh, he was too.
Kathy, you and Bud come in here this very minute.
Mother, couldn't we explain to her that it's really sort of an investment?
Betty, please, not now. Bud, what was that noise?
Noise? You mean just now?
Yes, just now.
You mean the noise that sounded like a window breaking?
Yes.
A window.
Bud, which window and...
I would like to know, they said they emptied the ballast tanks on that ship ever given. They just straight empty them, or did they rock the ship back and forth?
I'll never get the dress.
What did we do?
You broke a
I
window,
spread the rocks
that's
back and
what.
forth.
Father will be all upset.
I didn't break a window. Kathy broke it.
I did not. You broke it just as much as I did.
I didn't even touch the rock.
Well, it was your golf club, and you told me what to do.
I did not.
You certainly did.
That shirt was clean till 2 seconds ago.
Please. Will Father be home soon?
He's home now.
He is? Oh, dear. Kathy, don't you say anything to your father until I've had a chance to say it. Yes, Jim.
I'm home.
We're in the kitchen there.
Half of a
He
nail.
would have let me
The
have
top
the
half
dress.
of the
I know
bowl.
he would. Now I never will, and it's all your fault.
It's several drywall screws
Yes,
in my pocket.
yours. You and that junior grade Frankenstein.
Of age and older, and that he does not have any concerns for anyone who has already received that vaccine. Health Minister Christine Elliott receiving her first dose of the AstraZeneca shot today. I'm Momin Qureshi.
3 of York Region's vaccination clinics will be closed this weekend. The closures are due to a shortage of the Moderna vaccine. They are located, the sites are at Georgina Ice Palace, the Aideen Community Center, and the drive-through site at Canada's Wonderland. York Region says in a statement that the sites will reopen once scheduled shipments of vaccine arrive next week. No other clinics are affected by the shortage and will operate 7 days a week. 680 News Time, 10:37. Toronto's top doctor out with a warning ahead of the long weekend.
Passover is already here. He's being steered away from some.
Daddy.
I should have known. All right, Kathy, whose window is it this time?
Ours, the one in the garage.
Really, keep you safe.
Don't gamble with it yet, especially with the variants dominating the infections in Toronto.
The science table is hitting the fucking roof. The fuck's going on? Oh, no wonder. I'm not going to start bleeding. God damn. But the question is, where will I start bleeding from? It's all useless. Everything that I can find to play, or stream, or restream. So somewhere in there will be like a little piece of data. Some restaurant got vandalized.
Messages on whether or not we're going to have this school break. Education Minister.
Yeah, what was that? At least 4 of those stories. There is nothing in my fucking nose. I can't fucking breathe. Ow. 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 That hurts. School break. Why are the kids in school? They said the numbers are worse now than they were when they first decided to postpone the break. Oh, okay. So, wait, what? Yeah, why are they still in fucking school? Wait a second. What about this? Fuck, what was it called? Damn it. Did I write it down? The syndrome is rare, but it damages the kid forever. Oh. The thing that makes it more important than how rare it is. Sickle cell's rare. Trigeminal neuralgia is rare. I'll fuck you up with anything. Because I don't care. I don't really people fuck with that. That's gambling with something. I won't hurt myself. And I know that even the corrections people and the justices and shit, the jurists, finally believe that. Because they used to put me on like suicide watch and shit because of what one cop said once. He told the staff sergeant, I tried to hang myself with my t-shirt in a room where there's nothing that you can't hang yourself with a t-shirt. In a room where there's nothing, it's, I don't know, you ever been in an interrogation room? I don't know what the fuck there's a cube that is not big enough to be a table and not small enough to be a chair sticking out of one corner. And then because he said that, the staff sergeant has to make notes of this and shit. That was years they fucking bothered me about that. So you want to go to? Do you ever have feelings of trying to kill yourself? Like I'm here because I got like an infection in my throat. I don't know what you're talking about, but like not literally. But that's. I just summed it all up for you in 2 sentences.
You tell us something about yourself.
The details of my life are quite inconsequential from.
Oh, no, please,
Two more
please.
little ones.
That Western stream roll with that ambition, my whole childhood I've been on a mission. Running up the habits of the mission. Only take me a second to throw a clip in. Lick shots to get the dip in. You be wise to listen. I'm just a crack dealer, rolling in a cuss jackal. It's a bow to the gang time thrown at you. I'm the 22 much of the way you were born at you. See around here, we do more than we have to. First we shoot you, then we stab you. In the murder cap, the cops don't care what happened. That's why I'm stick to the gangs and drug trafficking. They say my destiny is hell, and then I have a stick for every one of my crack sales. I say fuck it, tell the devil to prepare me a cell. I keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep for a breathe, but it's all I need. Keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep for a breathe, lost already speak. Keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep for a breathe, but it's all I need. Keep my head in the streets, keep my head in the streets. Lose sleep for a breathe, lost already speak. I'm on this road, and I don't know where I'm heading. Got a feeling it's a dead end till I stroll. The last century of a lost soul. I gave God a cold shoulder. Now I'm on my own, a cold soldier. Let's see, walk with me, judge me not. I walk and blaze weed. I'm not supposed to, maybe Lord. If you come and take me, bring an end to this shit, chasing dreams. Till the end, I'll be shit, chasing with my team. I do believe that's sick building. Heaven seems so far. When you selling what they selling, they so far. When I shit a go, Lord, I'm a soldier, till my soul burns. It's hard to get this cold world. I'm worried about how the end turns out. I'm gonna ride till the sun burns out. Everything in this world gets swallowed by time. Money makes the world keep my head in the street. Keep my head in the street. Lose sleep for a breathe.
Last two times I got sick, I had weird milky shit coming on my eyes.
Keep my head in the street. Keep my head in the street. Lose sleep for a breathe, but it's all I need. Keep my head in the street. Keep my head in the street. Lose sleep for a breathe. Lost already fade. Motherfucker.
I must show this. I must show this. I don't know what this came from because it's not just white. It's got like a blue. Maybe it used to be. I don't know what this is. It's even got a little pointy piece that bends up. I don't know what this little plastic piece is. It was in my goddamn shoe. I threw the piece of glass away. I should have kept it that time. It was a few months ago. Well, it wasn't just a little piece of glass, like safety glass. It had like teeth, like prongs. It was evil. You know when it's like, oh, I'm not gonna take 30 seconds to deal with that. I'll let it affect the next 3 days. Take all your money.
And had the beans lined up and did it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustlers, we got that mind frame. Go and tell them I was raised in the neighborhood. That had the beans lined up and did it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustlers, we got that mind frame. Go and tell them I was on the side of town. Wait from round here, don't come around. Stop. We like the good fellas. All my niggas be good fellas. We see numbers like the bank teller. You gotta be smart, cause it's a hard game. Try to short, I'll call you bluff like a card game. You know this game make for kiddies, man. All the girls that reach the front wanna get your boy a kitty, man. It's the murder cat, let's kick your chest in. I love money, so the thieves be my best friend. Infatuated with the fast cars and nice clothes. You know I get that, you already know. And we don't like rats. In my neighborhood, we show you how to trap. In my neighborhood, we bring it all back. In my neighborhood, I'm from Central, nigga, that's my neighborhood. I was raised in the neighborhood that had the beans lined up and did it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustlers, we got that mind frame. Go and tell them I was raised in the neighborhood that had the beans lined up and did it good. And I knew Freak P, I do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustlers, we got that mind frame. Go and tell them, man, stay fresh to death, I'm dressing all black. No need for going out, cause you know I'm on the jack. I guess you can't help yourself, you gotta run your gap. You bet you can't run the trap like you doing that. And it's a real shame, you grew so damn lame. You could've had the chance to roll and make some real change. Yes, we in the game, talking waist deep. Central family, we taking over while you sound asleep. And I have killers that wait for you across the street. Yeah, this is real, like that.
Everybody, I'm gonna kill everybody.
And I'm an underground king, and you can finally see it. Started out small time, but we finally made it. And this goes out to the faggots who be always hating. The good people real niggas down cause I ain't faking. Started out with O's, now I'm in the kitchen baking. And then oh, now we ain't playing, we just taking. And had the beans lined up and did it good. And
And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with her, so she got that mud frame. Go and tell them I ain't raised in the neighborhood that had the things lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with her, so she got that mud frame. Go and tell them I ain't kid. It's been a long time coming. You were down the gunner straight from running. You always young thug and straight up and coming like a hood young kid getting on the girls. I feel you rock, so you know we got the streets rock. You can be the one to show you boy how to make it rock. It all makes sense, so I'm still thugging. Show me the best life that a nigga loving. Money, power, respect, that's what the streets call us. But we the ones who got to follow when they're pressing on us. Little homie next to ride, he don't wanna rush it. Now we getting money, and this is never another. And you know we can't, we love that blood money. I came from nothing, so I'm always thinking love money. And this is look, now my pocket's locked up. I do it for my niggas and my homies locked up. Raised in the neighborhood that had the beans lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustle, we got that mud frame. Go and tell them I ain't raised in the neighborhood that had the teams lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustles, we got that mind frame. Go and tell them I ain't raised in the neighborhood that had the teams lined up to get it good. For all the crackheads, yeah, this is for you. For all you crackheads, yeah, this is for you. For all you drug users, this one's yours. For all you drug users, this one's yours. I'ma sell rock to the sell logs. Keep a hooker on every corner of every block. Stick to the rules and check the shit of those that wanna talk. Walk closely and I'll show you how the hustlers walk. I turn fees to fans, fans to fees. I'm living a hustler's dream. Still too doped up to breathe. I need some weed, and that's enough coke for me. Plus I took 2.5 cats a day, and now I'm feeling like spitting it free. I'm feeling like spitting it free, just spitting it free. Yeah, all the bad cows are giving where they shots at, where they shots at, for sick phone day, and the countries don't like rats, that's a fact. I put buttons through front teeth on that, matter of fact, where they at? The NTC ain't coming back. But it's all G, you know me, when I'm too drunk to see, I love to drive. Making bets on whether or not we gon' survive, up doing 95 on the wrong side, and they say we doing nothing with our lives. I'm surprised that lasted this long. I always imagined I would die alone, but I guess that's just how the story's told. No one makes money off hip-hop, I'd rather sell coke, I don't steal though. I ain't no fucking thief, I ain't robbing motherfuckers in the streets. If I'm doing dirt, I'm on your doorstep with a 20-piece, screaming the first one for free. I make money, man, any way that I can, from 100 grand to the last $2 bill in my hand. Every cent came from a fee. They bought my t-shirt, my shoes, and my jeans. So excuse me if I dedicate my life to these things. He said that hip-hop just a waste of his time, but he was hip-hop only 20% of the time. Yes, he's non-stop, 80% of the grind till it's hot stop. Can't blame him for trying. He said that hip-hop just a waste of his time, but he was hip-hop only 20% of the time. Yes, he's non-stop, 80% of the grind till it's hot stop. Can't blame him for trying. You can't blame me for trying. In the end, I'm just a mental patient, patiently waiting, back and forth pacing, wondering if it's my turn next to see Satan. The world is cold and hell is hot. My whole life is all about not getting caught. Till my heartbeat stop, I'ma sell that rock, making chops. Put my middle finger up, screaming fuck the cops. Yeah, fuck the law. You end up with a busted jaw for repeating what you saw. My arms reaches longer than the arm of the law. I can reach you in them prison cells, just so you know. You ain't safe in jail, you might as well kill yourself. But then again, we might meet up in hell. But oh well, ain't no sense, go hold me down. I'ma stack paper till I hit the ground. Now how's that sound? There ain't no money in hip-hop, but there's plenty of fiends around. For
for all the crackheads. Yeah, this is for you, for all you crackheads. Yeah, this is for you, for all you drug users. This one's yours, for all you drug users. This one's yours, for all the crackheads. Yeah, this is for you, for all you crackheads. Yeah, this is for you, for all you drug users. This one's yours, for all you drug users. This one's yours. He said that hip hop just a waste of his time, but he was hip hop on 20% of the time. Yes, he's non-stop 80%.
So Canada sent a destroyer through the Strait of Taiwan, and China sent 200 and change fishing vessels to the Philippine waters. You're playing a game, you're not going to win. You guys are bigger than you. That's all there is to it. And remember, every time they equate the economies, look how expensive everything is here and how cheap everything is in China. Relatively, depending on what we're talking about.
Fact is, we're not dealing with petty criminals or cheap thugs making a show of their brutality. They have an extreme commitment to their cause. They're willing to do anything, no matter how vicious and underhanded. It's all the same. Anything to attain their ends.
I told the church I need to have it. For that money, that coin, I'm an addict.
Fuck with China military, you're fucking with Russia, North Korea, and Iran.
But the night comes and watch darkness falls. Up the walls they crawl. Demons and all, how is it that I'm always involved? My life is one big wrong, never to be solved. I'm walking at a pace that seems more like a crawl. But trust there ain't no time to pause. I pulled the weapon out and leave them dead just because. Would you care? I keep it next to slow.
They would learn Facebook and iPhones and everything to make videos. Type on this so they could do something. All that anybody that hears what I say and agrees already knows it.
What else can I do? You shooting at me, you shooting at you. It's never over till I say it so. And even when I say it so, you trust me still.
China's the largest contributor of money and manpower to the United Nations. The United Nations is all over Africa, so it's China, so it's Chinese corporations.
Yes, I guess I am a little greedy, taking more than I need from the needy. But believe me, if need be, I'll do what it takes to get you shamed.
I'm sure you know how easy it is from Africa to the Americans. They all got a whole lot of problems with that. But these people here are not going to walk this shit watch.
Every day ain't no other way, slang beats a fucking gang, summer wine, pushing every day and night. We in the game, live the 50 way, where we sick and same ways, win the bag, where we ride. We from a place where they get the bait, they get hit from sprays and they drift away, be alright. In the cuts with the hustle bang, ducking when the muscle bang, got the lane, where we ride. Got the lane, stuck and straight, bumping on the chain, ain't no other way, trying to find something with a pain, stuck up in the lane, struggling, we hustle for the things, so we wait, slinging, getting something on the plate, slugging from the plate, but it's way submit to be slain, we from a place where there's more hate, and it's the same, it's where the criminal.
I don't know what that was. That was some type of bass.
In the state with fingers gripping the gauge and the kids in the same way with infinite way and they be living doing business getting rich in the game meeting all the dreams and wishes over breaking the game and the bigger the hit yes the quicker the pay but the visible until they get your clip in the bay until the prison and cage don't make them have any fear only so dry the rest of us is wearing the tears no we're gonna hustle hard juggle walk hard we bustin' jaws never stars and if I'm hungry I take fucking car when the dogs are fucking Lord bust a couple mother wars and you the juggernaut losses when I talk the block. We from the gutter block, pumping shit, we want the block. Busting shots and let the bullets off, watching bullets fall. And we ain't gonna start slanging, stacking paper, we happen in black cracks. And trafficking navigators can't happen. Two stabbing statements, we slapping, we laughing haters. We rapping, we tattle tables, we gangsters and gladiators. You just speaking rap, beating on the strip with crack. You on the strip, yeah, but it's for your chips and happiness. You don't bridge raps, you don't jack shit with gas. You snitch and whack, you don't jack shit with that. But the way slang beats a fucking chain, some away, pushing every day and night. We keep the game to the 50 way, where we sick and same ways, from the bag, where we ride. We from a place where they get the bait, they hit them strings and they drift away, be alright. In the guts with the hustle bang, ducking when the
muscle ain't gonna land, man.
We're comprehending sipping, just rhymes and empty ripping. I see them all for what they were, minus the pennies missing. These minds of envy and them grabbing at my ankles, but I'm hard to catch like jackrabbits on angel dust coughs. On my fucking ass and pops off, fucking dash. I fought the walls, we busting chops off. Hungry Jack, Dutch's rap. But by the time that shit roaches, days flake like ash off the last flip, smoked on. Cold and wet, I've walked so many steps. I lost whatever was left and forgot what I came to get. But I'm a chomp until I'm set. If the cop fresh, I get. Step in my path and I'ma stomp you on your chest until my pockets are flexed. I'll fuck the white bird as long as my hand fucks with that cash. The pipe burns, I got beans feeding off the chicken scratch. Listen, Jack, flows got your nose dripping like I'm pooping flaps. Well, what can I say? You know I am, dog. Shit, I'ma put whatever I get my hands on. Till Bruce fingertips, I flow fluent and thick. Those clown MCs spewing like they chewing on shit. Who's slipping when they spit? They like a slut all brewed up. I spit and leave a click swig, spit like hopping crew cuts. Shit to have you toss the dukes up, this shit's poppin' when we done with your motherfucker. Hung up like Christmas time.
Every day ain't but the wasteland, beat the fucking chain, summer way, pushing every day and night. We in the game, did the 50 way, where we stick and say, well.
Oh shit! I'm gonna die. Not from this. No, I guess.
Yeah. How loose? Freemasons.
Oh shit.
The memory cries every time I feel this alive. I wonder if I scream loud enough to open up the sky. See the face of an angel, but it's all cocaine in the nasal. My life story we told like a fabricated fable. My soul on the operating table, set that Western table. That you will read to keep this type of patient stable. I'm feeling chemically imbalanced, these silence will I speak. I'm paranoid, visually watching for police. I'm a drug dealer with every heartbeat, with every breath in my chest, devoted to the death. That's the cess, need to release some of the stress. And when there's nothing left in the streets, and good it takes to eat. That's my peak, when we hustle, we don't sleep. Shit my dog and never weak, Lord, I ask permission to speak. Tell me why it is the money I seek. I tattoo my sins on my skin just to show you what I mean. My whole world is run by greed, but the dead are rolling the people in this world that I empty. My heart is empty. Up in the graveyard, laying next to God. I could hear his voice, but couldn't see him through the fog. He said that death would be easy, but life was always hard. So I guess I'll disregard what I've been through thus far. Woke up in the graveyard, laying next to God. I could hear his voice, but couldn't see him through the fog. He said that death would be easy, but life was always hard. So I guess I'll disregard what I've been through thus far.
Oh, it's so bad.
You get a click clack, you get clipped in the back. I hit you fast, dash, move simple as that. When people load the guns, then they blast me with the bag. So when we laugh after we twisting your gap. I hope you whipping your strap into me licking his ass. Now you know me carry extra clips and miss of attack. You bitches wish you could rap, this ain't city you jack. If you spit what you living, hand you up, I'll whip you in half. It's what we living, homie, little, we'll be whipping your black. Stupid if you think it's still a killer's listen with black. To kill you for that, I need a little of that. I got vanilla, filler, triple one stack. Fuck. Where the criminals at? Man, who corrupted it? What happened in traditional rap? And fuck who said it's just the way it did. I'm switching it back like a bitch flipping over when I hit from the back. I live in the shack. The filthiness of flipping the crack. The bitches licking sacks, so I'm selling tickets on the track. Like the shit they call me back. Put the 20s in my hand. Always got fiends on me if I don't have any fans. Up the bacon and vibe, but we beg while I try slow play. Till we die, make bangs, but we drive on the place. Till my eyes glow, thanks from the eyes, blow away. Cause my mind's in a maze with the
blindfold. Moving everybody in it until I shake the hand and spins it. I'ma handle my business, keep one hand upon the Guinness, the other over the mouth of the witness. I never said I was here to say, but left the fingerprints, so get me trapped in the liquor room at the precinct. Getting interrogated with Sergeant Pin. How do I cope without my dope? Need another puff of that, yeah, I need another toke, cause it's all cooked crack and make the money back. And if you fucking with me talking back, you get a slap. I'm that real shit, real quick, I run to the crib. Every equipment and I'm off the front of the crib. Every equipment and I'm off the sun. Crack to your kids, it's just how I live, bro, how I'm living. It's just a given, I was born sinning. I give a fuck, I'm trying to win it.
Up the bank in the vibe, but we beg while I drive slow. Play till we die, make bang when we drive on the place till my eyes glow. Thanks from the eyes roll break, cause my mind's in the maze with the blindfold.
Give me pistol back, dog, the big pepper falls. When you hear that click, clack, run. I'm him if the river was the hungriest one. I'm that silence in the thunder, I'm that noise in the night. I might be ice in hell, but I'm fire in heaven. Decipher the message, you might see a sinner. The reflection in the mirror looking unfamiliar. I recognize madman's glance from the eyes of a homicidal rider. Grinding for survival and environment where the vines at the highest. Ain't no hiding for what's criminal, so we grind and we steal. Cause our tables need a meal. This is hatred, what you feel. This is vengeance in my heart. I am ready to reform and I am ready to report, but I'm ready for the war. What you call law, I got a disregard for. Fuck the cops. Guns will pop off before I get locked in cussing cots in the predicament of imprisonment. I'm a villainous criminal. They calling me insane clinically, cause they know I'm going to war with or without artillery. Don't pull me strapped unless you're ready to put me up my misery. Don't go back to your memory. Be remembered as a murder mystery. Murdered in the present, now we're past tense. Said to see what happens when you clash with a madman in casket. Feels that hole in the mud. Was hoping you run, cause I'm old for the hunt. See no scope on the gun. It's a 12 gauge load. It was studs in the first one. Got your name on it.
In the vibe, but we beg while I drive slow. Play till we die, make bang what we drive. Roll play till my eyes glow. Thanks from the eyes roll break, and my mind's in the maze with the blindfold.
Hey, that sounds real close.
Tommy Garwood is still at large. He is still outstanding, and we are continuing.
Oh, a fine young person of the city. That's what it said.
Then possibly got into a red or orange Kia. Cannon says investigators still want to speak with that driver. As far as the Kia goes, that is still part of our active investigation. At this point, we have spoken very briefly with Selena. We have to be mindful that this is still an SIU investigation. Now, the province's police watchdog was called in Sunday after Peel officers fired their guns at Garwood. He is considered armed and dangerous. Reporting live, I'm Karen Seolin.
680 News Time, 11:04. New data from the province's Science Advisory Table shows variants of concern now making up nearly 70% of all new COVID infections. And new daily infections are at the same level as when we went into lockdown on Boxing Day. 680's Michelle Mackey has more.
Unlike wave 2, this third wave of COVID-19 is being driven by more infectious variants of concern.
So whatever
As a
the
result,
numbers
data
were
from Ontario's
then,
COVID-19 Science Advisory Table predicts the healthcare burden of this wave will far surpass anything we've seen before.
I don't like a straightforward math
vaccines right now. We simply don't have
class
enough
would understand.
Dr. Peter
what I
Buny,
just
the
said,
table's
because they
scientific
said all
director,
this,
says
and
the
then
number of new cases
I
and
know, because
hospital
our
and
teacher
ICU
told us
occupancies
well, the
have
headline is
surpassed
to
prior
read
thresholds
it,
at
and
the
then the
start of
story
the
is
province-wide
something totally
lockdown back in
different.
December.
And the right thing now is restriction, short, harsh, so that we gain a little bit of time.
Specifically on ICU levels, Premier Doug Ford would only say,
We're going to keep a sharp eye on it.
I'm Michelle Mackey.
680 News Time, 11:05. Federal health officials calling for a pause on giving the AstraZeneca vaccine to people under the age of 55.
That's your problem.
This is another change of guidance for the AstraZeneca vaccine, with the National Advisory Committee on Immunization now advising provinces not to give the shot to anyone under the age of 55. Vice Chair of the committee, Dr. Shelley Deek, says this is due to concerns about blood clots in younger adults.
NACI has determined that there is substantial uncertainty about the benefits
of all these old people saying the word blood
COVID-19
clots.
vaccine,
I need those
given the
sound bites.
potential
I need
risks
those sound bites.
associated with it.
Health Canada is ordering AstraZeneca to provide more research on the risks and benefits for different age groups. This rare blood clot affects between 1 in 100,000 to 1 in a million people who receive the vaccine, and symptoms may mirror that of a heart attack or a stroke. There have been no cases recorded in Canada, and our older population can still receive the vaccine because officials say the clots are only occurring in younger people, and with the older age groups, the risk of COVID far outweigh the risks of side effects. Canada has received 500,000 doses so far, with millions more expected over the next couple of months. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
Premier Ford says he has no problem pulling the AstraZeneca shot for those younger than 55.
As the issues with the AstraZeneca vaccine were just becoming public, Premier Ford saying if that vaccine gives any issues to anyone under 55,
I won't hesitate to just say enough.
Later in the afternoon, the province's chief medical officer, Dr. David Williams, saying Ontario will be putting a pause on the use of the AstraZeneca vaccine for anyone under 55.
We had a consensus that we would go along with NACI and have a pause at the moment. We want a few days to get the data we need to do to advise them.
As for anyone who has already received that vaccine,
we have no concerns with those who have received it so far.
Health Minister Christine Elliott receiving her first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine this morning. I'm Omen Qureshi.
680 News Time, 11:07. York Region has been forced to temporarily close 3 of its vaccination sites because of a lack of available shots. Sites at the Georgina Ice Palace, the Indian Community Center in Markham, and the Kansas Wonderland drive-through site will be closed between April 2nd and 5th. Delays in shipments of vaccines from Moderna have created supply issues, but the region says in a statement those clinics are expected to reopen next week. All other clinics in York Region will stay open and continue to administer shots at capacity 7 days a week. This portion of the news being brought to you by Butler Mortgage, a warning from Toronto Public Health ahead of the upcoming holidays.
We've heard this warning before from Toronto leadership to not gather for the holidays, but now, even if you've had your vaccination,
the vaccines don't work instantly.
Dr. Eileen Davila says your body needs 2 weeks to build up its immune reaction after getting the vaccine, and she says don't gamble yet. Between Passover now, Easter soon, and Ramadan coming soon after, history can repeat itself.
Our track record around holidays isn't very good. This past Christmas, the 7-day moving average was 660 cases. 2 weeks later, it had increased to about 1,000 cases.
And with the current spread of variants, Davila says this post-holiday spike could be even worse. I'm Mark Douglas.
680 News Time, 11:08. The government is being pressed on whether or not the delayed school break is still going to happen in April with COVID cases on the rise. Here's 680's Richard Southern.
Whether or not the April 12th school break is a go.
How are you an expert on schools now?
Education Minister Stephen Lecce said.
As of today, we're proceeding.
But Premier Ford says it's still up in the air.
To be very frank, I don't want to predict 2 weeks out. We'll be out here every single day communicating with the people. I can't give you a direct answer.
And the Education Minister said a new plan is in the works to bring
Got a plan as we speak to make sure that when students return following the break, that there are stronger infection prevention protocols, enhanced screening, these types of things that can reduce any case from actually entering the school in the first place.
NDP leader Andrea Horvath.
You know, the Minister of Education, he doesn't seem to be all that concerned, and that's, for me, very worrisome.
I'm Richard Southern.
We'll check gas prices next. This is
Have we get proper ventilation in these schools or
For
not?
continuing to make us #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather.
On your radio, online, and on your smart speaker.
This is 680 News.
Everyday Canadians are buying homes and getting the wrong mortgage rates. Important announcement. If you have a home mortgage closing in the next 90 days, 1.15% 5-year variable.ca. No matter what you were told or what you signed, you can still switch to 1.15% 5-year. No gimmicks, no fees. Standard mortgages at 1.15% 5-year variable. To learn if you qualify, go to butlermortgage.ca now.
License number 12118, high ratio variable rate, APR 1.16%.
That is 680 Update Emperor predicts the price will not change at midnight, holding steady just under $1.22 a liter at most GTA stations. We'll check traffic and weather together next. This is 680 News.
The Autobahn for All event is back. That means pretty much anyone can save big on their engineered Volkswagen, like the turbocharged, fun-to-drive Jetta for All, or the versatile T1 with it for All. Even if you can't tell schnitzel from Lederhosen, you can still get 0% financing for up to 36 months on select models, plus complimentary 3 years, 45,000 kilometers. Up to $989. But there's just 1 week left, so hurry into your dealer before March 31st.
Volkswagen. Does the complexity of real estate have you rethinking if moving is even worth it? At Properly.ca, we're bringing common sense to real estate, helping you buy and to move into your new home before you even list the one you're in. While you enjoy the comforts of your new home, Properly will prep, list, and show your old one to get you the best price on market. Your experienced Properly real estate agent will guide you through the process, helping you move on your terms.
There's a smarter way to move, the Properly way. Visit Properly.ca.
The trick with the first one, the low mortgage rate, you need $1.6 million to buy a house.
11:11 as cyber traffic and weather together. Here's
You're gonna buy the next house before you get the first. You need $3.2 million now, or probably more because you're trying to move up, right?
Major routes this evening. Guess they're taking advantage of the good weather, but good thing no delays throughout the city, but a lot of ramp closures.
You're gonna get 3,000 mortgages
heading out to
renewed
the
every day.
eastbound 401, you have no access from Markham Road or Progress. Those ramps are closed. And then to the westbound 401, the southbound Markham Road, McCowan, northbound Brimley, and Kennedy ramps to the westbound 401 are closed off for some construction. Traveling out on the westbound 401, you have no access to Allen Road. That ramp is shut down, and the major Mackenzie ramp to the northbound 400 is closed as well. The westbound Rutherford ramp to the southbound 400 is closed for some maintenance, and the eastbound Bridge ramp to the southbound 404 remains blocked off with a crash. With TELUS Smart Home Security, get plans starting at just $12 a month on a 3-year term. Order at TELUS.com/smartphone. Conditions apply. Your next report is at 11:21, and now here's your forecast with Natasha Ramsahide.
Overnight tonight, winds are slowly increasing, so we do have slight wind chill of -6 in the morning. Lots of sunshine, though, to start, so pack the shades for that. It will be a dry day, a little bit of high thin cloud in the afternoon, warm at 18 degrees. That's about 5 degrees cooler along the lakeshore, and those winds gusting 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. By Wednesday, though, in the morning, you've got to leave some extra travel time for maybe 2 to 5 millimeters of rain. It's not flooding rain, and we'll dry out after lunch with a high of 9 degrees. Keeping an eye on late Wednesday evening, a system could graze us with a dusting of snow. Overnight tonight, down to low of 0, wind chill -6.
Right now in downtown Toronto, 4 degrees and clear, 4 at Houston. 680 News Time, 11:13. A new study out of Harvard contradicts the long-held opinion that patients shouldn't Google their symptoms. Researchers say internet searches can help to reach a correct diagnosis without increasing a patient's anxiety. They found adults 40 years or older, women, and those with poor health status were superior at reaching a diagnosis. That appears to be because they got information from reputable websites and not on social media. Still to come on 680 News, sports, and today's top headlines. 680 News Time, 11:14. At Gomez, we focus on the little things. The depth of a drawer, the sound of a fan.
Bit of a break in the timing, but
I want the noisiest bathroom fan you have. Noisy. I want it to rattle and buzz even when it's turned off.
But in BC, we're not getting the Doug Ford Ontario style lockdowns where entire swaths of
that's the other thing I don't like about the Chuck.
Not yet. No, we're not shutting down targeted sectors. It's really just the restaurants. Well, again, the rest of Canada was there all along. BC's had some of the lightest restrictions since the beginning of the pandemic, and we're just returning to where we were last April. I think I remember many degrees, but we're not shutting down shopping malls. We're not shutting down retail trade. Manitoba, you recall, a couple months ago went down to essential services only, shut down much of their retail sector. That's never happened in BC. I don't think that's going to happen right now, but as I've been saying since the day one of the pandemic, nothing's ever off the table. All things are under consideration, and we're going to see what happens to these variant cases. If they get out of control, we could have even more onerous restrictions in BC and in other provinces across the country.
National political analyst Keith Mulvey, he's based in Victoria for Global News, and we'll continue our conversation with him about the pandemic and pandemic politics in a moment right here.
on Carol's Answer tonight.
If you're on the hunt for a new truck, we'll make it easy for you. Because when it comes to performance, style, and capability, there's only one choice: Ram. During the month of Ram, you get 20% off MSRP with up to $12,950 in total discounts on select 2021 Ram 1500 Classic models. Plus, up to $3,000 in warranty cash for select owners. The perfect truck, the perfect price, the perfect time. Consider the search over. So you're ready.
These guys will run 8 nights straight.
Now time for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Rob Wong.
Darnell Nurse scored the OT winner as the Oilers beat the Maple Leafs 3-2. Connor McDavid set up the winner to pick up his 63rd point of the season. Austin Matthews scored in the loss and says his team did well to limit Oilers stars McDavid and Leon Draisaitl.
They're going to find a way to...
Can I put my Volkswagen in the back of my car?
I think for the most part, he did obviously a really good job on them. But like I said, they're elite players and they typically find ways.
Mitch Marner scored the other goal for Toronto in the defeat. The Raptors have now lost 12 of their last 13 games, falling to Detroit 118-104. Fred VanVleet scored 22 points in the loss for Toronto. Former Raptor and Pickering native Corey Joseph had 17 in the win for the Pistons. The Blue Jays finished up their Grapefruit League season with a 13-7 win over the Phillies. They now get set to take on the Yankees on Thursday in their season opener. Toronto also released relief pitcher Francisco Liriano, allowing him to become a free agent. On the go right now at March Madness, we've got one at the half. It's number 1 Baylor leading number 3 Arkansas 46-38. Earlier, Houston moved on to the Final Four with a 67-61 win over Oregon State. And at the Miami Open, Canada's Bianca Andreescu tied up at a set apiece against Garbine Muguruza in the round of 16. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
I'm so over this. I don't even know anyone who's had COVID-19. And it's not like I'm at risk. We don't see many people, just a few neighbors and close friends. It's fine. We wear a mask and everything. We're really careful.
What I did the last 3 days, I don't know.
Excuses won't stop the spread of the deadly COVID-19 virus.
And a weirdo tried to stab me in the neck, and somebody tried to hit me with a car door. Was that within 2 meters? I'm not sure, man.
COVID-19 for more information. Paid for by the government of Ontario.
Hi, I'm Trisha from Area Rock Shop, and I am super excited to announce that all 4 of our showrooms are now open for safe in-store shopping. If you haven't discovered Area Rock Shop yet, we offer an enormous selection of beautifully crafted, affordable rugs. We carry kid-friendly, pet-friendly, and even husband-friendly rugs. Come discover your perfect rug in-store or online.
Area Rug Shop showrooms are now open in Richmond Hill, Vaughan, Newmarket, or Barrie. Visit us online at arearugshop.ca.
680 News Time, 11:18. A Toronto restaurant has been vandalized twice in 2 days. The owner says she was only able to keep her business open after the incidents because of support from the community. Isa Min of City News has more.
Surveillance video captured by the restaurant shows the first incident Saturday after midnight. A portion of the glass door at Chef Karima Caribbean Fusion Restaurant was smashed in by an individual.
How am I supposed to feel about this? What are my feelings supposed to be right now? Because I'm pissed off.
But then Sunday morning, Chef Karima's called in again after what she says was a second incident of vandalism shortly after 9 a.m. that saw 4 of her storefront windows smashed in by another man she witnessed on the security cameras.
I can say one thing that I got from the community is don't leave. Stay. Try and fight through all that's happening because at the end of the day, you're going to do well.
Chef Karima tells me she's hoping to resume operations on Tuesday. That's also when a group of riders will be coming down on their motorcycles to show support to the restaurant.
You think I made that one up? I bet somebody out there thought I made that up.
Testimony is underway in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the Minneapolis police officer accused in the choking death of George Floyd.
The first witness was Gina Lee Scurry, a Minneapolis 911 dispatcher who walked to court through previously unseen footage from a city street camera that she was monitoring during the encounter between police and George Floyd. She said she had a gut instinct that something was wrong and said she thought the video might have been frozen because of how long the officers were in the same position on top of George Floyd. Mark Remillard, ABC News, Minneapolis.
Coming up in 60 seconds, we'll check on traffic and your extended forecast. 680 News Time, 11:20.
Well, look at that camera, did. City worker watching the camera, the cop show up, the guy died. The fuck is the point of
one of
that?
us is all of us. Because all of us is one of us.
You can't outsmart stupid.
Team, the Canadian team.
You know better than to nail on someone's
we
neck.
all live here. So buy the toque, buy the mask, and change a life. Rise up and join the fight against homelessness. Show your support at raisingtheroof.org. Because this is our house, and we're raising the roof.
At Sleep Country, we wish your old pillow well. But after thousands of sleeps, catnaps, and pillow fights, it's time for your pillow to officially retire. It's done so much for you, but there's a better pillow out there, so it's time to make a switch. Buy one of our best-selling pillows, Aqua Gel, BioSoy, or Polar Tropic, and get a second one free at the Time to Switch event on now at Sleep Country. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country. Some restrictions may apply. See in store or online for details.
680 News Time, 11:21. Traffic and weather together on the ones with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Camille Wilson.
This report is brought to you by Rogers Wireless. So a lot of construction out on our routes right now. Drivers, a lot of ramp closures as well. The Markham Road and progress ramps to the eastbound 401 are closed off for construction. On the westbound 401 right now, the collector lanes are scheduled to close off. They haven't closed yet, but heads up drivers, as you get through there, you might be safe and you might be good getting through. No delays there at this time. They haven't closed them off, but the ramps, the on-ramps are closed right now. The southbound Markham Road, McCowan, Brimley, and Kennedy ramps to the westbound 401, those are closed off or closing for construction. Eastbound Fidge, the ramp to southbound 404, that was blocked off with a crash, and that has now cleared away. And then the rest of our major routes, a couple of lane restrictions, but no delays out on our streets. Rogers Days to Save is on now. Shop today and get our best savings on devices and accessories. Act fast because these exclusive deals won't last long. Your next report is at 11:31, and now here's your forecast with Natasha Ramsahai.
Tonight we're down to a low of 0. It's going to feel like -6 in the morning. It's going to be a dry day though, but windy again. So make sure you've got all those bins secured outside. Gusts of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. We've got 18 degrees through the north of GTA and closer to 12 or 13 degrees along the lakeshore. By Wednesday morning, we're talking some rain. So yes, you're going to need an umbrella. It's only a couple of millimeters worth. 9 degrees through the afternoon and drier. Now a system coming up out of the U.S. Wednesday night. This is the next one we're really keeping a close eye on. At this point, looks like a dusting into Thursday morning or less. But if it comes a little closer, we could be talking about a centimeter or two by Thursday morning. The afternoon will be sunny, and it's colder with a high of 1. Tonight down to a low of 0 degrees. Right now in downtown Toronto, 4 degrees and clear.
Like 70 probably means 80.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Peel police have found the victim in an alleged Brampton kidnapping. The suspect remains at large and is wanted for first-degree murder in Toronto. We'll have the latest on this and today's other top stories coming up at 11:30. This 680 News.
What the fuck happened?
Thanks to your incredible support, Ontario, the Princess Margaret
They won't allow
Lottery
cameras
has once again
in Ontario courtrooms. We don't get to see any of this.
Innovative discoveries and treatments at Princess Margaret Cancer Center. Draws for all prizes will be completed early, and the grand prize winners and the 50-50 winner will be announced on CP24 Breakfast on Thursday, April 8th. Thank you for your support, and good luck in the draws.
Your world is always changing.
680 News is here for you.
Sign up to the new 680 News. Be the first to know newsletter brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers.
The current top 5 stories, the latest weather forecast, delivered to your inbox twice daily.
Subscribe now and always be the first to know.
680news.com/newsletters.
This portion of the news being brought to you by Square. A Canadian pop star debuts at #1 again, and the latest on the next Star Wars series on Disney+.
What was that, Chuck? You say you have angry callers on hold right now, just lined up. 6 lines there. Wow. Wow.
That's what he's had to suffer. Wow. That's total control because you're the.
Yeah, and so you remove that
scandal stuff out of the conversation. Having said that, there's not much evidence that these scandals have had any sort of impact.
No, because people get bored quickly with the scandals. What doesn't bore them as much, for obvious reasons, because it's life and death, and their lives are being regulated, and their economy is being regulated. Of course, is this COVID-19. Everything else. I mean, looks like
Yeah. COVID takes over everything. It just obscures everything else.
Keith, just have a quick question for you, because only got a few seconds here. The virus never takes a day off. Are you kind of like that?
More or less. Although, no, I've been trying to take Saturdays off. It's been a year now, no holidays. 7 days a week for 6 months, 6 days a week for the other 6 months. But there's just so much going on. I think we all have a responsibility to share as much information as possible with people, because people are still dying or clamoring for information on something that's never happened before, and it's turned their lives upside down. And I just think I have to be part of it.
Where the fuck you came from? That's
Thank
what I
you for
give
your
you
hard work. Thank you for your brilliant journalism and your very, very erudite analysis. Keith Baldry, Global News in Victoria.
Hi, Keith here from Speedy Glass to tell you that sometimes even the best drivers are no match for rough roads. And a crack in your windshield can happen fast. Luckily, a cracked windshield is no match for my team and I at Speedy Glass.
That's remained steady, the amount of safety glass on the
so it remains structurally sound. And for added
Oh
peace of
no,
mind,
it's the same glass there for a long time. I don't know,
rough
it's
roads
not
get the
getting
best of
cleaned up.
you. Book your appointment today at
Fresh safety
speedyglass.ca.
glass every
Conditions
morning.
apply. Details at speedyglass.ca.
Glass replaced.
While the road to a successful and happy retirement may seem confusing,
all the way out
a little
to the
help
lake,
can make
ended
the
up with a
journey a
fish.
lot
You could eat
smoother.
that.
Just ask Calvin the Money Guy for some advice. He can take the confusion out of investment so that RRSPs, TFSAs, the stock market, mutual funds, and pension plans are working for you. Go to AskCalvin.ca, because a little advice today can mean a successful tomorrow. That's AskCalvin.ca. AskCalvin.ca.
I'm so over this. I don't even know anyone who's had COVID-19, and it's not like I'm at risk. We don't see many people, just a few neighbors and close friends. It's fine. We wear a mask and everything. We're really careful.
Excuses won't stop the spread of the deadly COVID-19 virus. Until we all get the vaccine, stay home as much as possible. Visit ontario.ca/COVID-19 for more information.
Nobody walks up to the guy kicking garbage in the gutter.
Elevators. They're not something we give much thought to. But when they're not operating correctly, it can cause serious disruptions. That's why CEE Elevator will set up a maintenance program to minimize or eliminate unnecessary downtime. During these pandemic times, your elevator needs to operate efficiently. With 24/7 service, CEE Elevator has offered the best customer service in the business for over 40 years now. Get a free quote at 905-428-8300 or visit ceeelevator.com.
AbramsAuction.ca has cars and trucks available to the public. Abrams has a backlog of inventory of used and unclaimed vehicles. These cars are the perfect solution for the budget-conscious person who needs a car.
For $1.
Great deal. Go to AbramsAuction.ca and register to receive an exclusive auction alert on current vehicles available. AbramsAuction.ca.
Warmer days are on the way, and it's time for the Reliance Home Comfort Early Bird Air Conditioner Sale, where you can save $1,200 on a select air conditioner. We're always focused on taking precautions to ensure your safety and delivering the service that's earned Reliance over 50,000 five-star reviews. So don't wait. Call today, because it's a great time. Luckily, a cracked windshield is no match. Reliance. Conditions apply. Savings off a regular price. See website for details.
It was a rainy day when Pizzaville announced the medium gourmet pizza special. Get a medium gourmet pizza for just $13.99. That's like flying first class when you only paid economy. You're up front, sipping champagne and stretching out in your luxuriously wide berth, instead of having somebody kick the back of your seat. Then the guy in front of you decides to recline his seat.
Stone-baked pizza. Fiercely Canadian. Authentically Italian.
Let's get back to business.
Hello,
How may I help you?
Chorus is offering a free 30-minute virtual consultation to all businesses. Find out how you can market your business to our loyal listeners and enjoy incredible savings. This opportunity is limited, so book now. Chorus, let us help you reconnect to customers. And now is the perfect time with our Back to Business exclusive packages. Register at chorus.online/radio.
Oh, dude. Oh, this is good. The 8 commercials in a row with a dead air. This is wonderful.
This is Global News. I'm Skylar Peters. Several Canadian provinces, including BC, Ontario, and Manitoba, say they're pausing the use of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine for people under the age of 55. It comes amid reports of rare blood clots in Europe. BC's provincial health officer, Dr. Bonnie Henry, says if you received the AstraZeneca shot more than 20 days ago, there's no concern.
If you have received the AstraZeneca vaccine and you develop symptoms that are concerning, such as headaches or swelling, you can seek medical attention. What we do know is that this is very rare.
Henry says there is a test and a treatment for the rare condition. Infrastructure Minister Catherine McKenna says rural communities have received money to build or update transit systems through federal infrastructure programs, but they don't have a dedicated funding stream. She says the Liberals are setting aside $250 million over 5 years in a dedicated fund for rural transit systems as part of previously announced $15 billion short-term transit spending. McKenna says the government needs to make sure transit funding considers rural communities and isn't solely focused on how to get people around major urban centers.
Exactly
and U.S. officials are suggesting owners of recently recalled Hyundais park their vehicles in a safe place because of fire risks.
Hyundai announced earlier this month anti-lock brake systems can malfunction. The 2015 and 2016 Genesis, the 2017 through 2020 Genesis G80, and the Genesis G70, model years 2019 through 2021. Those problems increase the risk of fire, so the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said it's safest for owners to park those vehicles outside, away from structures that could catch fire. The agency issued the same guidance for owners of select 2019 and 2020 Kona Electric.
Is it? That's all we get. We're gonna get banned in North Korea. It's okay. I don't know how to interpret what
This is Charles Adler tonight. Once again, here is Charles Adler.
So the headline is right on the Global News site. Dentists seeing mask, mouth, and stress-related diseases and stress-related issues during COVID-19 pandemic. Just before we go to our expert on dentistry in just a few moments, we probably don't do enough dentistry issues on this program. They're large.
How do you fuck up anti-lock brakes so bad that it increases the risk of
almost nobody does anything with
after
that. I don't know why.
Hold on. What
We're going
the
to
fuck
change that.
exactly is going
Modify our
on?
behavior in a moment.
Dr. Upgrade all the brake components that can catch fire. There should be
it's something dentists right across North America have been talking about.
People fucking do.
A noticeable increase in stress-related dental issues during this pandemic. We're seeing more joint problems. People arriving in clinics saying, I'm not sleeping well. I'm waking up. My face hurts.
Hey.
The Edmonton dentist is explaining tension and anxiety. Whether a patient is aware of it or not can cause teeth grinding. You don't know you're doing it because you're sleeping. But you're grinding your teeth, you're clenching in many cases. And that might cause a fracture or complication to the nerve health of the tooth. So without further ado, let's fulfill our promise here. Dr. Bruce Ward is with the BC Dental Association. Dr. Ward, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Charles. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Now, you can give me a better perspective on this than I can because I'm in the fishbowl and you're not.
Okay.
Do you feel that media doesn't do nearly enough on explaining, analyzing, and profiling dental issues? Now, this isn't a BC question. It's a national question, sir.
I think that it does. I mean, there's definitely some issues. Definitely some issues that could use discussion. But I think we get our fair share. And the story that you talked about is one of those that sort of spreads around the country and spreads across North America. I'm not so sure that it's a short shift, but certainly there are issues that have come up, particularly in this past year. And I think they're doing an okay job. You're having me on tonight. It's all part of it.
I'm not asking for a gold star here. I used to feel, look back on all these years of doing this kind of radio, and I just don't believe I've had too many dentists on the air, and I just wonder if there would be a better public service if we did more of it. So I'm glad we're doing something like Dr. Ward.
Yeah, me too. There's lots of issues as they come and they go, but yes, to the extent that we can get out and speak about them in public, it actually helps us, and it helps the general public.
Get to the medical information
and what's going on in the dental profession.
So before we talk about joints, the mouth, the teeth grinding and all the rest of it, let's just ask a basic question about the pandemic and dentistry. Isn't one of the issues during the pandemic that many dental offices have been forced to close for COVID-19 reasons, and that people have not gone to their regular appointments, and that's hurt dental maintenance? What's your take on that?
Well, certainly, like in the middle of March last year, we were shut down, and mostly across the country. We were asked to stay open for very essential services. In other words, people who there's one or two dentists in most communities who took emergencies, but the majority of dentists were shut down for almost 3 months. It wasn't until the end of May that we were allowed to come back in BC as part of the opening.
So yeah, zero dentists who done at hospitals?
3 months where nobody got to do anything. We were doing a lot of dentistry over the telephone, but as you can imagine, unlike medicine, it's much harder.
Remove your jaw, fix it, and put it back in. But they'll leave the rotted tooth in there.
It was a very frustrating time for everybody, and you put everybody behind the 8 ball by 3 months. And so yes, appointments got put off, people were canceled by the dozens, and there was tools down, and we were just waiting for the work. And that happened at the end of May.
I need 99 old people saying blood clots.
And that we had to comply with, of course, was the provincial health officer's protocols for treating COVID and reopening during COVID. And that added a lot of layers to what we've been doing for years in our offices, but it added some new layers to it in order to make the offices safer for COVID. And I'm really happy to say that there really hasn't been a documented case of transfer of COVID from patients to dentists and staff, or staff to patients.
You're supposed to wear masks and weird face shield shit anyway, because you're dentists. I thought this was already something. Wasn't this a surgical type?
Adding new protocols, new levels of
drilling a hole into my
already
skeleton
extensive list.
Well, it just seems to me that just based on my own experience, that dentists have been wearing masks and wearing PPE, even though it hasn't been called that. But essentially, the kind of protections of other doctors and other people in serving the public are engaged in. Dentists have been doing that for a long time. Dentists have been
back when AIDS was, when AIDS first came along, many years ago, a lot of us graduated not wearing gloves or masks. But over the years, the different situations have come up, and to the point where we really have become like mini hospitals. High levels of infection control, wearing the PPE. Although, as you say, we didn't call it that back in the day. That became the new catchphrase. PPE and social distancing became something everybody knew about in the last year.
Dr. Ward, I want you to take your time on this. Just do a riff for me on the connection. This has nothing to do with the pandemic necessarily, although the pandemic is clearly inducing more stress in people, but just the connection in general between stress and issues in the mouth.
Sure. Well, it's one of those, people carry stress in different ways. People carry stress in many different ways, but one of the more common ways that people carry it is with nocturnal habits, things that they do at night that they would never do during the day. So sometimes during the day, people will, grind their teeth a little bit, or they'll move their teeth back and forth against each other. But it's at night when we're asleep that some really serious damage can be done, and that's where the stress comes out. Our teeth were meant for chewing, not for grinding hard against each other. And if you've ever heard anybody grind their teeth at night, it sounds like two pieces of ivory rubbing together and squeaking. And if you ask somebody to do that during the day, they can't do it because it hurts too much. And yet they'll be able to do that for 2 or 3 hours at night asleep, and wake up in the morning and wonder why their teeth hurt, or wake up in the middle of the night and wonder, why do my teeth hurt? Or why you wake up in the morning and you open your mouth to take your first bite of breakfast and you go, whoa, my joints are really stiff and sore. So it's a very, very common place that we carry our stress. And during the pandemic, there's been so many facets of this year that have really caused people to carry way more stress at night. And so I was just talking to one of my people today. He said he's made more night splints, brexing splints, which is one of the things we use to treat grinding, than he has in this past year. It's been remarkable how many he's had to make because so many people have been requesting them to grind their teeth and clench at night.
So when people are stressed, they generally wake up more often at night. Sometimes they have bouts of insomnia.
Right.
How does the fact that they're not getting a good night's sleep, how do
they are asleep? Certainly, if you wake up in the middle of the night and you go, whoa, one of my teeth is really sore, or, oh, gee, my joint on the right-hand side is really hurting me, then it's probably been grinding your teeth, and maybe you woke yourself up because of that, or maybe somebody poked you in the ribs, because when you hear people grind their teeth in the middle of the night, it's very difficult to sleep when somebody's grinding their teeth.
Dr. Ward, some people might assume that when we're stressed, certain hormones, certain bodily fluids, whatever you want to call it, that we're secreting stuff that might not be good for us and might affect the oral area. Is that just a myth, or is there something to that?
I'm not so sure about that. I don't really. That's nothing that's that I could say, oh yes, absolutely, or no. But no, it's more certainly the nocturnal habits. Nocturnal habits are mostly stress-induced. Now they may be because we're secreting more from our adrenals or something like that. But I'm not really sure exactly what the cause of the night clenching and grinding or bruxing would be for sure.
So for anyone who thinks that they're secreting more acid when they're stressed and the acid might affect their teeth, you can tell us quite definitively that is an urban myth that's not affecting our oral care.
That's nothing that I've actually heard as a causative agent to causing tooth problems, certainly secreting more acid. I will say that some people's saliva contain more acid than other people's, and so some people, we have some patients and dentists across the country have some patients that no matter what they do, their acid, the pH in the mouth is lower on certain patients, and the same restorations that might last for years in one patient may need to be redone on an almost annual basis because of the high acid content of their saliva. So that's a more general body chemical situation, but not necessarily brought about by stress as far as I know.
But it's fair to say then the kind of body chemistry that we have, we're all unique, of course, we're all special in our own way, but are you telling me then, Dr. Ward, that body chemistry definitely is connected or can be connected to dental?
It can be connected, absolutely. Yeah, the composition of your saliva is very important to the health of our mouths for sure. And that's one of the things they're talking about with wearing a mask all the time, like people are doing, because wearing a mask for long periods of time tends to dry out your mouth, and we really need our saliva to keep our teeth and our gums healthy and bathed and protected, because the saliva is very, it has certain curative properties or keeps the teeth in much better shape than a mouth that's dry, for sure.
Do we know whether or not stress can create more acid in the saliva?
That I don't know. I wish I could tell you that I don't know.
But your dentist, not a chemist.
Right. Exactly. I see the aftermath. It's in fact that's what's happening. But as far as I know, I don't think stress causes acid. It might cause a decrease in your saliva flow, which isn't good for your teeth or your gums.
Well, I'm not a chemist either, and I don't have to be to know that we've got good chemistry. Can you hang on for just a few?
Sure, Charles. Thank you.
Dr. Bruce Ward, I really appreciate your time, sir. Dr. Bruce Ward is with the BC Dental Association. We're talking about COVID-19, stress, and dental decay in a moment right here on Charles Handler tonight.
Supergirl.
Suit up with Showcase.
Supergirl, time to run.
For the final season of Supergirl.
I'm going to be doing my job with heart and integrity, and I'm going to be doing it well. I'm here for the justice. Truth and justice always prevail. I'm Supergirl, and I don't hide from anything.
Supergirl. Final season begins Tuesday on Showcase. Also available through Stack TV.
I'm standing inside the Spence Diamonds showroom, and wow, there's a lot of excitement going on in here. Love is in the air, I can tell you that. With open showcases featuring over 2,500 one-of-a-kind engagement rings. Let's talk to a few customers. Excuse me, hi. How are you liking the Spence experience?
This is the kind of place I dreamed about as a little boy. So many rings, so many unique designs, so many scintillating diamonds. This could be the best day of my life. Sorry, I promised I wouldn't cry. Oh, I can't wait to propose to my girlfriend. Oh, I hope I don't faint. Is the diamond bright in here, or is it just me, you guys? Oh, yeah.
Well, there you have it. The Spence experience is alive and well at Spence Diamonds, where diamond education and quality is only outdone by the sheer number of one-of-a-kind engagement rings, openly displayed for your viewing, touching, and holding pleasure. Let your love shine at Spence Diamonds. Find us in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
As a business owner, you need a one-stop solution to all your IT needs.
You need the Wise Tech Group.
Because Wise Tech Group takes a proactive approach to providing reliable managed IT services.
Talk to Wise Tech Group today about security and backup.
Wise Tech Group offers migrating to cloud solutions.
And unparalleled service from their help desk support.
Listen right here Sunday mornings at 11 as Wise Tech Group presents the IT Support Show.
Or email anytime, help@itsupportshow.com.
I'm Joseph Newberger, criminal defense lawyer. In life, you can face unexpected events, especially during stressful times. If you are facing a criminal charge, it is crucial to hire a highly experienced criminal lawyer. At Newberger & Partners, we take a team approach to successfully protecting your rights. If your future is on the line, we're here to help. Please contact us for a consultation at 416-364-3111 or at nrlawyers.com. That's nrlawyers.com.
You've been listening to us on the AM dial for decades, but we know parts of Toronto get in the way.
Stop cursing the streetcar wires. Download the Radio Player Canada app. So there were two big revelations yesterday.
That's how we should sound all the time.
Once you have the Radio Player Canada app on your phone, you can use Apple CarPlay or Android Auto to listen on the 401 to QEW or wherever your commute takes you. The city's biggest interviews and the news that matters to you. We are 640 Toronto.
License 10349.
Northwood Mortgage. People don't usually sing about their mortgage, but at Northwood Mortgage they do. They sing about lower rates. They sing about greater cash flow. They sing because we help them. You could be singing about your mortgage too. Come on, try it with us. Northwood Mortgage. Come on, try it. Northwood Mortgage. There you go. Call or visit us today at northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working hard for you.
The Government of Canada urges Canadians to avoid all non-essential travel. All travelers 5 years of age or older entering Canada must provide proof of a valid COVID-19 molecular test result. Travelers will be tested again upon arrival. Air passengers are also required to book a 3-night stay at a government-authorized hotel at their own cost prior to entering Canada. Details at travel.gc.ca/travel-COVID. A message from the Government of Canada.
It's just a tough
Hi, it's Fido. When it comes to streaming your favorite movies, don't let your data plan hold you back. Get a data boost from Fido with 5 hours of unlimited data at no extra cost. That's 5 extra hours of data every month. when you need it. It's enough to stream a movie and a sequel. All you have to worry about is deciding what to watch on all voice and data plans, only with Fido. Visit a Fido store or fido.ca for details.
The Autobahn for All event is back. That means pretty much anyone can save big on a German-engineered Volkswagen, like the turbocharged, fun-to-drive Jetta for all, or the versatile Tiguan with an available third row for all. Even if you can't tell Schnitzel from Lederhosen, you can still get 0% financing for up to 36 months on select models, plus complimentary 3 years, 45,000-kilometer prepaid maintenance valued up to $989. But there's just 1 week left, so hurry into your local Volkswagen dealer before March 31st.
Volkswagen.
This is Charles Adler Tonight. Once again, here is Charles Adler.
We're talking about dental issues during the COVID-19 pandemic with Dr. Bruce Ward of the BC Dental Association. Look, I mentioned teeth grinding and a couple of other late-night things related to stress, Doctor. Is there anything that you think we need to talk about with respect to COVID-19?
Only that. I guess only that. I heard halfway through the segment there was an ad from the BCDA or one of our PSAs about the fact that it really, people shouldn't be concerned about putting off their dental care because they're concerned about the safety of dental offices. So that's kind of one of the messages that dentists across BC would like to get out there, that in fact, we're doing a very good job at keeping COVID-19 out of our offices and screening people and screening ourselves every day, that people shouldn't put it off, because putting things off dentally can come back and bite you, so to speak, if you end up putting your care off because you're concerned and then find out that it's too late, something that could have been prevented earlier. Now it's
prevented earlier. I had this long time
why some people go into what I'll call a dental slump. But they're doing very well with cavities. They're doing very well with not having to have a serious dental maintenance. And then they go through a period of 2 or 3 years where it just seems like a lot of deterioration is taking place rapidly. Can you explain to us why that happens?
I really wish I could. And that's a very interesting thing that you said that, because there are patients out there who will be totally fine for years. And then all of a sudden, every time you see them, there's something going wrong. They've got caries, they've got decay. They might have a broken tooth for some reason. They're breaking their back teeth or chipping their front teeth, and you end up working very hard with them to fix them up, and then a year or two later, they go back to where they've been fine. And I wish I could explain it. I don't know. I mean, I wish I could explain it. Part of it could be what we were talking about earlier, the fact that people, if they are under a lot of stress, they can damage their teeth at night, and they'll come in and they go, I don't understand why, but I've broken another tooth. But and teeth that have had root canals can be fractured in the middle of the night by a grinding or clenching habit. But I got to tell you, there's people who they're fine. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, yeah, but now they are again. And I wish I had the magic formula for that, but I really can't explain it all the time.
What's your message to those people who feel they should only go to a dentist if they've got tooth pain?
Well, there are a lot of people out there, and there's a lot of reasons why people are in that situation. All I can say is that by the time your teeth start to hurt, if you get a tooth pain, if you've got a sore tooth, by the time that happens, quite often it's much more complicated to repair it and to bring them back to something normal where they're out of pain. And sometimes you might even lose the tooth. You might have no idea that you have periodontal disease, that your gums are really deteriorating in certain areas, or you might not have an idea that there's decay that's growing at a quick rate that all of a sudden turns from being a relatively simple cavity to fix to a root canal or to a crown or to something bigger, or even to an extraction, which then necessitates either leaving the gap or filling it up with bridge or an implant, something much more complicated. So what we always say is, if you're just leaving it to the point where your teeth start to hurt, it's probably going to take a lot more to fix those teeth up than it would be if you kept a regular maintenance program going.
When you talk about regular maintenance, are you talking about going for basic teeth cleaning at least twice a year?
Well, it depends. That's very dependent on the person. So some people in our practices need to see need professional cleaning and help every 3 months, every 4 months, and some people can leave it for a year at a time. Just again depends on. Going back to your comment about body chemistry, it depends on the chemistry of your mouth. So some people's mouths are prone to developing periodontal disease, and other people's mouths really stay clean and healthy. And so that's usually a schedule that's decided upon by the dentist and the dental hygienist and the patient. And so we have people who come for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, or 1 year, examinations and tooth maintenance, gum maintenance, and it almost needs to be customized. There's no one size fits all for oral care for sure.
Does the decay accelerate after a certain age? I mean, let's just take 50. Is that a benchmark for Dr. Ward?
No, there's no benchmarks. I'll tell you, one of the ways that certainly decay ramps up is as we grow older. A couple things happen. The gum recession occurs, and when the way the teeth are set up is the enamel covers the teeth to the gum, and then the gum covers the teeth down the root. And if for any reason you worn your enamel away or the gum is receded, you expose the softer layer of teeth under the enamel called the dentin, and it tends to decay faster. So as we get older and as our gums recede, the roots of the teeth are way more susceptible to decay than they were when they were covered up by the gums. That's one thing. And also as we age, our saliva output decreases, and the drier our mouth, the more prone to decay that we get, and so that's sort of two of the reasons why as we get older we tend to develop more caries, particularly decay on the roots of the teeth, not so much in between the teeth but in the roots of the teeth. And then unfortunately, that's one of the saddest things, is when people go into long-term care, or they become too elderly to really maintain their teeth. It's so amazing how quickly the teeth break down, just because.
Mr. Bruce Ward, we're going to have to put the stop to it right there, and we'll continue this conversation down the road. Thank you so much, Dr. Bruce Ward of the BC Dental Association. The Fresh Canadian Common Sense on the other side of this from Charles Adler tonight.
I had some car repairs to do, but I could only pay for half of them.
What?
Out driving and a smooth ride to work.
A controversy. Krispy Kreme is defending its move to give free donuts to Americans who have been vaccinated. The donut franchise announced this a couple of days ago, that anyone in the United States with a vaccine card can receive a free Krispy Kreme donut every day if they so choose until the end of the year. The announcement, though, met with some criticism online and on television. Comedian Stephen Colbert, for example, said the well-intentioned offer could actually feed America's obesity epidemic. Krispy Kreme's CEO,
well, that's what they do.
Saying, quote, "We're a donut shop. You don't want to visit, you don't have to." On the markets, a tasty one for Wall Street. The Dow closed at a record high, up 98 points at 33,171. That's the 17th record of the year for the Dow. Boeing, a big winner, as it got an order for 100 jets. S&P down 3, the NASDAQ down 79. The TSX lower, down 33 points to 18,719. Air Canada down. Cineplex down. These sort of stocks tied to the economic reopening, hurting today as virus cases get worse. Canadian dollar down at 79.38 cents U.S. Top stories are next.
It's only Monday, right? These people are really taking it serious.
Which employees can work from home?
Do I have to pay employees when they're self-isolating?
What can I do about staff who don't follow the guidelines when off duty? If you are confused by the rules of the workplace as we enter the next stage of the pandemic, you're not the only one. My name is Stuart Rudner, and whether you are an employer or an employee, the team at Rudner Law will help you protect your rights in these challenging times.
HR lawyers, employment lawyers, workplace lawyers, whatever you call them, you'll be glad you did. RudnerLaw.ca.
Pretend I don't see
Who knows
it.
what weather spring will bring?
So enjoy the all-weather drive event at Subaru of Mississauga. Shop safely and adventure on with great deals on 2020 models from Subaru of Mississauga. Get into a 2020 Subaru Impreza with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Get a $2,000 cash rebate on 2020 Imprezas. 0.5% financing today.
World War II, yeah,
at Subaru of Mississauga on Mavis, just south of the 401. Adventure on. Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Walmart.
At Walmart, prices are always low. Save $2.11 on a jar of Kraft hazelnut spread. Now only $3.77. See flyer for details. Walmart, save money, live better.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it is 3 degrees and clear at Pearson. We've dipped down to 2 degrees with a few clouds in the sky. At Brampton, it's also 2 degrees and clear, and in Milton, +1 and clear. 680 News Time, midnight.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
It's Tuesday, March the 30th. Good morning. I'm Judy Freeman. And I'm Caitlin Lee. Here's what's making news this hour.
Peel police have found the victim in an alleged Brampton kidnapping, but the suspect is still at large. He's wanted for first-degree murder in Toronto. The spread of COVID-19 is out of control. The message from Ontario's COVID-19 Science Advisory Table Director, calling for a short but harsh increase in restrictions.
Due to concerns about rare blood clots, federal health officials are now advising people under the age of 55 not to receive the AstraZeneca vaccine.
3 vaccination sites in York Region will be forced to shut down this weekend due to delays in deliveries from Moderna.
Salt to the Oilers in overtime as the Raptors lose yet again, this time on the road in Detroit. Sports of 15. Losing start to the week for markets as we see a tale of two vaccine rollouts. More progress stateside and more problems here at home.
Further food price increases and a subsequent further deterioration of the food security situation. Indicators across Syria show a sustained deterioration over the first 2 months of this year. There is now very real problem
include the
of
northbound
hunger
Markham Road
across
and
Syria.
progress ramps to the eastbound 401 as well as to the westbound 401. Southbound Markham Road, McCowan, Brimley, and Kennedy. Those ramps are still shut down for some. The collector lanes are supposed to be closing off as well, but they are still opened.
Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 2417.
Restrictions here and there, but again, no delays through any of our city roads or major roads. Your forecast, here's Denise Andriachi. Sunny and cool this morning, and then the winds really pick up.
And then went.
Tomorrow.
The prosecutor telling jurors to zero in on one key part.
For roughly 53 seconds, he is completely silent and virtually motionless with just sporadic movements.
Then the video. Chauvin's attorney up next, moving ahead without acknowledging what the jury had just seen.
Pat Brown, Chief of Detectives. My name's Friday. I was off duty reporting back in on an emergency call. It was 5 minutes past 3 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. How is he? He's dead. Oh. Went kind of fast. I just got the call a couple of minutes ago. He died in Went Hospital.
Friday, Bill, let's go. Pat Brown's house.
Right. How did it happen, Skipper?
Haven't got all the details. Guy used a shotgun, point blank. Fillmore didn't have a chance.
Detective's office, he got crime lab? Yeah, not there now.
Police release new clues into the case.
Chief Browning.
On the hall, Captain White, intelligence officer. Said heavyweight.
Okay, we'll be inside.
Then they may have been
You want to fill us in, Skipper?
There's not much to tell. Fillmore was working the day watching a robbery. He left work at 6 o'clock last night, drove home.
Yeah.
He had dinner and he and his wife went to a show. Got home about 11:30, went to bed.
Yeah.
About 1:30 this
project to replace the seats is still in its early stages.
That's Global's Mercedes Stevenson. And it could take another 10 days to clear the backlog of shipping vessels that built up when a massive container ship blocked the Suez Canal for nearly a week. The skyscraper-sized Ever Given was wrenched free from the bank of the canal earlier today by a flotilla of tugboats that had been stuck since March 23rd, clogging one of the world's most vital waterways and costing the global shipping industry billions of dollars a day. In sports, 4 Canadian NHL teams in action on Monday. Earlier in the evening, Darnell Nurse delivered the dagger as Edmonton erased a 2-1 Toronto lead to beat the Maple Leafs 3-2 in overtime. Mark Scheifele has 3 points as the Winnipeg Jets lead the Calgary Flames 4-1 after 40. In other finals around the league, Pittsburgh beat the New York Islanders 2-1. Buffalo has now lost 18 straight after a 4-3 overtime loss.
Thanks. Let's see, Joe. Here it is. Ralph Danton, Ernie Travis, Jaime Flores.
Carver been seen around town since he got out? Once that we know of, in the bar out on Sunset Boulevard. Flores is with him.
How about Travis and Danton? They still around?
Let's see. Travis.
I didn't curse.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I can say it's a great night for Canadian common sense, but I don't know how to say that while watching a clip
What's this?
that is real.
Don't play it.
It's not fake.
Don't play it. Don't play it.
It's not staged.
Dude, I'm trying to grab my food.
It's happening in New York City to a 65-year-old Asian American woman who is walking to church when a thug, and that's the politest thing I can say about this so-called human being, when a thug assaults her, lays the F-bomb on her, tells her that she doesn't belong here, presumably doesn't belong in the United States of America, and then proceeds to kick her. He's kicking. He's at least 6 foot tall. She might be 5 foot nothing. And she's more than twice his age. And he's kicking her again and again, yes, in the head. Broad daylight, New York City, 20 minutes before noon today. In front of a building where there's a security guard who does not go to her aid.
Wait, what?
He watches this the way the spectator watches a football game.
What the fuck?
And then he proceeds to close the door to the building after the assailant walks away. I'm sorry, I know I get paid to speak, but what do you say?
Bunch of things your boss
honest to God, what can you say?
What time is it in BC?
This thing is getting clicked on and clicked on and clicked on around the world.
Yeah, but for what reason? Who's the
security?
security?
I mean, I'll repeat for those that maybe, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to outsource this to the public. And yes, it's on my Twitter timeline if you want to look at it. At Charles Adler, it's there. I want to thank Chris Perry, who's a British Columbia business person. He located it. I saw it when he retweeted it just a few minutes ago as I was trying to conduct an interview and stay sane with a dentist about an issue that's completely different from this one. But I'm gonna outsource this to the public. I don't know what to say. It's so disheartening, and it doesn't make me feel any better that this didn't happen in Canada. In Canada yesterday, somebody on the north shore of Vancouver
guy got knocked down
in a library, stabbed several people. One of them, a woman, to death. Her name isn't being released. Privacy reasons. Family doesn't want it released. He killed a woman, injured several others who were sent to the hospital. He then stabbed himself. He's been arrested. He's in his early 20s. He's got a criminal record in Quebec and in Manitoba. I don't know what he was doing in BC. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know. And I don't know how this could have taken place today in New York, except here's the deal. This has taken place in many parts of the world where Asians have been attacked by people because they're being blamed for the pandemic.
No.
Regular, ordinary people.
That is another excuse.
Because of
Pick any excuse they can make up.
their facial characteristics are being blamed for a pandemic. I mean, I don't know what do you say? He kicks her and kicks her and kicks her and kicks her again. And one of the eyewitnesses in the safety of his building is watching this and then closes the door. What was he afraid of? That she might come in for some help? She can't even get up. Here's my number. This doesn't happen very often. I can't remember the last time this has happened. Here's my number, 1-877-399-9898. Help me with this, would you? Why is this happening? Why the hell is this happening?
Because human beings are fucking retarded.
I don't want to hear that it's not a societal thing, it's personal responsibility. Please save it. Save it for someone who wants to do 19th century radio. I'm not interested in that. That was always baloney. Charles, it's about personal responsibility. Please. There's too much of this going on. And there's too many people who are just watching it happen. Like this security guard. So don't give me this personal responsibility horse stuff. Okay? That's not helpful. That's old slop. It was never true. There's something going on in our world, in our so-called civilization, in our society, and I want you to help me with this. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings about this? An innocent 65-year-old woman being kicked in the head over and over and over again. Broad daylight. New York City. Today. She was walking to church. She was as innocent as the day is long. And she was attacked because of her facial characteristics. To the thug who beat on her, she was guilty. She was guilty for being Asian. That's a crime to some people, to too many people. What are your thoughts and feelings about this?
I'm not sure.
1-877-399-9898, total free. You can text or call. If you're texting, please give me your first name and location. Okay, toll free.
Go to line 1 for angry caller.
Well, you can tell I'm shaking up a little bit, maybe more than a little
Bob from Bob Cajun.
Come to the kitchen table, would you? Bring your heart, please. It's very welcome. It's always welcome. It's really welcome right now. 1-877-399-9898. Text or call 1-877-399-9898.
Let me text them. 1-877.
That's Canadian common sense.
Hey.
To the extent that any of this makes any sense at all. And this is Charles Adler tonight.
Are you going to another?
Every year, Chorus gives hundreds of businesses an opportunity to grow. And grow?
1. The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Step 2. Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Step 3. Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
The life insurance for last year was
8:45 a.m. We found the blue Chevrolet sedan. It was lying overturned in a ditch just off a dead-end road on the edge of a grove of eucalyptus trees. Oil was still dripping from the crankcase. There were bloodstains on the upholstery in the front seat. In the glove compartment, we found 2 empty shotgun shells. Ben marked them with his initials for evidence and wrapped them in a handkerchief. The fingerprint men were called. We fanned out and started the search of the general area.
See if we can't pick up a trail in this eucalyptus grove here. Sure has got me beat.
What's that?
The car all smashed up back there, blood all over. The guy must have been hurt. How'd he get this far away from the car?
What makes you think he did get far?
Either that or he's hiding right under our nose. No sign of a trail through here?
No, there's nothing. There's a clearing up ahead. Come on, let's cut through this brush here. Ben, come here.
Yeah.
Take a look. The trunk of this tree.
Brown smears on it. Blood?
Maybe. Look, higher up on the trunk there's the same thing. Wait a minute.
Up in the tree. Can you see anything up there?
No, the branches are pretty thick. The trees go pretty high up. Good 60 feet up there.
Come here, Joe.
Yeah?
Follow my hand. No, just over at the left where I'm pointing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, cover, Ben. You all right, Joe?
Yeah. Can you see him?
Yeah, up near the top.
Right. What? Stay off, Burton. Don't come in the clearing. He's up in one of the trees.
Throw that gun down, then come down yourself.
All right, Ben.
Ready, Joe.
It's Carver.
Shotgun's over there. You alive?
Yeah.
It's a hard tree to climb. Wonder how he got up there.
I don't know. But this was the only way to get him down. We called an ambulance and had Jake Carver taken back to Los Angeles to the county hospital.
.com. Divorce can...
Empty shells and booked them as evidence with a property clerk. The wrecked blue sedan was impounded. 2 counts of murder were filed against Carver with the district attorney. There was still one important piece of evidence missing. The .45 pistol used in the robbery and murder of the San Pedro druggist. A month passed. While Carver recuperated in the prison ward of the county hospital, we were busy building a case for his conviction. We still had only enough evidence to convict him for one of the murders. Another 2 months went by. On August 30th, Jake Carver was brought to trial for the shotgun murder of police officer Robert Fillmore. 10 days later, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to a life term in Folsom Penitentiary.
Well, where's the rest
Knowing
of the
that we didn't have enough
story?
evidence to convict his client for the murder of the druggist, Carver's lawyer demanded an immediate trial on the second charge. Wednesday, September 12th, 10 a.m. I was called at the chief of detective's office.
Ronnie, sit down.
Thank you.
Elliot and I have been talking about this Jake Carver thing.
They set the trial.
He's Asian.
What planet are... seriously, what planet are people living on tonight? Or any night? I've been hearing this for years.
On all the star maps.
Years. And it always happens when there's a racial incident. Why do people stand up for thugs? Why do people stand up for racist thugs? What is that?
We got to pick a new word or something.
And why do they condemn people's natural human reactions
I mean, it was never
to racist thuggery as some kind of liberal thing? Oh, Chuck's doing a liberal thing. When did it become a political thing to feel pain when watching a 65-year-old woman being beaten by someone less than half her age for an obvious reason? Well, why do people want to defend that? What is that about? Because to me, that's as sick as the stuff I'm seeing on the video.
Damn.
It never changes. I've been doing this for a long time. Maybe too damn long. Just tired. I always had my fingers crossed that things would get better, that human beings would become more human. And I was wrong. And I feel happy for people in this business who still have this hope in their heart that humans will become better
so
people
goddamn
at
angry.
some
If he
point.
says anything that makes sense, he's going to swear and lose his job.
I'm sorry if I'm a bit cynical. It's just so damn depressing to see this happen and to know that that's what a lot of the reaction is. They're calling in, how do I know it's a racial thing? And how do I know this? And how do I know that? God. When people stop believing their own eyes, let me quote a conservative, who I guess today would be called a liberal, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan would say, you've got to have the courage to see what you see. When you see something that's unjust and outrageous, you've got to have the courage to admit that to your own eyes. Doesn't matter what you say to a talk show host, I really could care less, means nothing at the end of the trail. But what do you say to yourself? What do you say to members of your family? Is that what you say to them? That these liberals are upset that Asian women are being beaten? And they can't prove that they're being beaten because they're Asian? It just happens to be going on right now. The numbers are skyrocketing. Just a coincidence. The people beating on them, kicking them, don't know they're Asian. Is that what you're trying to explain to your family? Does that work with you guys? Does that work with your little team? Does that work in the treehouse that you live in? Or the cave? Is it working for you? Are you happy? Let me go to Richard in Legal, Alberta. Richard, you're on Charles Adler tonight.
He's going to be a dickhead.
Hi, Charles. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. Like, I just heard that story when you put that out there, and just I don't even know what to say. Like, how do you just not say, hey, dude, like, why are you doing this? You know, this is New York City. Like, there's got to be people around. Like you said, I never watched the YouTube thing. And like, you just got to be nice to people. That's it.
What do you say to people who are calling in and saying that I'm being unfair, or there's something wrong with me, that I'm calling this a racial incident? What would you say to people who are saying that? What's your response? Maybe you've got a better response than I do. I just have contempt. So
basically, any incident, when you're dealing with anybody out there, like, you know, like, life's tricky. Like, you go grocery shopping, you go on holidays, you do whatever in life. You meet all kinds of people. You just try and be nice to them.
What is this going on?
You know,
Richard, thank you very much for the call. Appreciate it. Janet is in Nelson, BC. Janet, you're up next on Charles Adler tonight. Welcome to the Kitchen Table.
Hi, how are you? I just wanted to say that I think that we could start looking for solutions. And that can happen once we identify a problem, a common problem. And you talk about what is wrong with people, what is wrong with humans. Well, these are mostly men. You say humans and people. This is mostly men doing this. And I think we need to check in with men. I think women need to check in with men. Men need to check in with men. The people who do these acts, these violent, awful acts, they know people. Someone knows that person. And didn't you think something was wrong? Didn't you know they were capable of this? You must have. And you got to speak probably terribly about Asians, right? Someone who knows the man who did this. You check in, calling your fellow men out. It has to stop. But this isn't people, this isn't humans. And most times that I tell people, hey, let's start to, like, let's ask about men's mental health more. We talk so much from women's, and that's great. We're not doing these acts. We're not committing mass shootings, mass stabbing, and how you can beat someone to a pulp. So let's look after men. Let's look after fellow men, check out with each other. Women look after men. Doctors check in with men. And if you know anyone that behaves in any sort of odd way or violent way, call them out and get help.
His buddy Ed.
Jim, you've got a great point, because I'm just being a guy now. And my appetite for engaging guys who want to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, my appetite for engaging them is zero. And maybe that's bad. Maybe I should have the patience to sit there and listen to them spew all of their stuff and try to somehow be helpful to them. And when someone tells me I don't know what I'm talking about, when I see what I see and report on what I see, and when someone tells me I don't know what I'm doing, yes, of course, they're guys who are doing this. They're calling in, trying to tell me I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'm being a guy. I am giving it the back of my hand. I have zero desire, zero motivation to talk to them, and maybe that's wrong. Janet, thank you very much. I needed to hear what you just told me. Susan, hang on. I'll talk to you in just a few moments. If you want to call in on this, it's 1-877-399-9898. 1-877-399-9898. It's a viral video. Incident today. 65-year-old Asian woman, New York City. She's going to church. On her way to church, she's interrupted by a young thug. Man who looks much younger than her, much taller than her, decides to wail on her, kicking her several times. And to add insult to injury, another man, a security guard, is watching this from his building, from the safety of his building. Instead of going to help the woman, instead of even helping her after this assailant has left, she's just on the street, she's on the sidewalk, helpless. Instead of going to check on her, he shuts the door of the building. I don't know if humanity has ever looked colder than it does on this particular piece of videotape. And if you're looking for it, go to my timeline at Charles Antler and you'll see it. And if you want to engage in a conversation about this, my number is 1-877-399-9898. 1-877-399-9898.
I'm Kara Zor-El. Supergirl.
Suit up with Showcase.
Supergirl, time to rumble.
For the final season of Supergirl.
They forget what everybody says. Yeah, that's what everybody says.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more.
There's dope sales.
Aroma. Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The murder gun, a .45 caliber automatic pistol, was recovered from the San Pedro Hills, and Jacob John Carva was brought to trial. He was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The jury again refused to recommend the death penalty. Carva is now serving a life term in the state penitentiary without possibility of parole. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
I would have thought I would have bled down into the
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of Radio West magazine for their considerate appraisal of this program. For those of you who may be interested, a novelized version of Dragnet appears in the April issue of Radio Best.
Fatima cigarette, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles. Tomorrow, hear Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman in the Halls of Ivy on NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches the wild northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shop.
For over 40 years now. Get a free quote at 905-428-8300 or visit CEEElevator.com.
Everyone deserves to have a roof over their heads and food in their bellies. The pandemic has hit us all hard, and the impact is visible on our streets. COVID-19 has left far too many people homeless, but you can help. When you donate your unwanted vehicle to Homeless Cars, you'll receive a minimum $400 tax receipt, and Homeless Cars can continue their fight against homelessness and food insecurity. Donate a car, change a life. A single donation can provide shelter for at least 10 nights or 100 meals. Make a difference today and go to homelesscars.ca.
This is Global News. I'm Skylar Peters. Health Canada is demanding that AstraZeneca do a detailed study on the risks and benefits of its COVID-19 vaccine across multiple age groups. Health Canada Chief Advisor Dr. Supriya Sharma says the demand comes after getting more reports that patients in Europe developed blood clots following vaccination.
Health Canada will be issuing additional terms and conditions on the authorizations of the AstraZeneca and Verity Pharmaceuticals Serum Institute of India vaccine. These will include a requirement that the manufacturers conduct a detailed assessment of the benefits and risks of the vaccine by age and sex in the Canadian context.
Health officials stress that no blood clot cases have been recorded in Canada. The Prime Minister says there needs to be a coordinated global response to ensure a smooth economic recovery from COVID-19. Justin Trudeau was speaking at a virtual meeting organized by the United Nations Monday. The PM says Canada can't defeat the coronavirus and rebuild its economy unless all countries have the resources to recover. The UN says the lack of action to support vulnerable middle-income countries risks the worst recession since the Great Depression. The effect will be greatest on the poorest people in the most vulnerable countries, but it will also affect people in high-income nations. And about a dozen people chanted and carried signs outside a Minnesota courthouse Monday as the murder trial of a former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd got underway. Opening arguments saw prosecutor Jerry Blackwell show jurors the bystander video of Derek Chauvin pressing his knee into the black man's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. During that time, the handcuffed Floyd said 27 times he couldn't breathe before eventually going limp. Chauvin's lawyer countered the evidence is greater than the less than 10 minutes recorded on video, saying the former officer was doing exactly what he'd been trained to do over his 19-year career. From the Global News Desk, I'm Skylar Peters.
This is Charles Adler Tonight. Once again, here is Charles Adler.
So you had two separate incidents in New York today. Asian man unconscious after a subway attack. So he was attacked in a subway. And then the Asian woman was beaten right on the street, Midtown Manhattan. Two separate assaults. And I'm just tweeting out
The pick fights with white people, to be honest.
the stories on that out of the U.S. And police are asking for public assistance to find suspects in both. There are illustrations of both attackers. And people are calling us, some of them, wanting to know why I'm saying that these attacks on Asian Americans are racist attacks. And how do I know? And presumably they're also saying that I'm getting my information from the mainstream media,
of white culture, or are you
controlled by globalists.
You're disturbing me right about now.
Blah, blah, blah,
That's
blah,
in
blah.
that book too, eh? That's in there somewhere.
877-399-9898 is my number. 1-877-399-9898 for those just tuning in. This started about 20 minutes ago when I saw a video of an Asian woman being kicked over and over again by a much taller, much younger man
Caller on line 17
in Midtown Manhattan. And a security guard in a building just inches away from the attack watched it all, did nothing. And then once she was lying there unconscious, or what looked to be unconscious, he just closed the door. She's in hospital, by the way. She will survive the attack.
I don't think you understand.
I have no idea what kind of injuries she has sustained. We'll know much more tomorrow. Sarah is in Susan in Edmonton. Susan, thank you very much for joining us at the kitchen table tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Charles Adler. I just wanted to voice my opinion on the beating of the Asian lady. It is very sad to see these sick people in this world, and I just hope that their security guard, who never came to the aid of this woman, I just hope he also gets charged, because their job is definitely to look after for people and protect them. So once again, you're doing a great job, and I just wanted to say that there's a lot of sick people in this world.
Susan, thank you very much for the call. Appreciate it. Spruce Grove, Alberta, just outside Edmonton. This is Troy calling in to Charles Adler tonight. Hi, Troy.
Hi, Charles. Yeah, I wanted to call in and weigh in on the poor Asian lady there that got beaten up. First of all, I want to say I'm from Alberta. I'm as conservative as you can get. But when I see that video, all I see is a human being and a senior citizen being beaten. And if I was standing there, I'd have taken the guy down, like right now. On top of that, though, I wonder to myself, where does social media weigh into this? And I'm talking a complete bombardment
there are a lot of suspects unknown, subjects unknown.
Every day. And I wonder if a fellow like that, I mean, he's probably not associating with the greatest people in the world to begin with, necessarily. And when he's on social media, and you see himself every day, it's just pushing his couple
guys, you're pretty sure we're drunk.
You know, as a media person yourself,
yeah, it probably is. I mean, look, you know, we hear about copycats all the time. And, you know, they can't copy unless they see the original.
Well,
and they see people doing this. They see people getting away with it. They decide they want to be angry with Asian people, or they're angry with China, and they think that this is a way of responding.
There's a bunch of racists.
I mean, there's no logic to it, but I mean, what do you say? I mean, if you're on the street and you see somebody twice as big as another person and half the age, and they're kicking the you know what's out of them, what do you say?
Charles, I'm 6'2" and about 250, and I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to intervene, and I'm going to intervene with every part of my soul
These guys don't give a
to
fuck
help
about doing a jail sentence.
and stop that situation.
I'm in jail.
And the man that's
free
standing there
medication,
watching,
healthcare, food,
that's not a man.
room and board.
End of story.
Life.
And in the video,
Really?
all I see is a human being and a senior citizen.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks very much. Appreciate your call very much. Maybe more than you know. I hate to hear the humanity of human beings tonight. I really do.
I'm 76.
Ed is in Vancouver, and you're up next on Charles Adler tonight.
Hi, Charles. I find it reprehensible that some people assume that because someone is of Asian descent that they're a recent immigrant. I've got a couple of Chinese friends whose families have been here 150 years.
Let's say the 1850s.
That's when they arrived in Canada. They were here during the gold rush in the Klondike. and their families have stayed. And it just drives me crazy if we're out somewhere and someone will make a snide comment, and I'll look at the person and say, "You have no idea what you're talking about. When did you arrive?" "Oh, our family's been here since 1962. I said, "Well, how would you feel if you knew that his family has been here since the 1880s? So that shuts them up pretty fast, but I shouldn't even have to go there. There's an assumption, and it's a rude assumption, and it's a stupid assumption
This guy's gotta be a
because of the color of your skin, you're a recent immigrant. It's really disheartening to me.
And there are people who do so-called focus groups. They do research. They ask people questions about all kinds of things, including
that
race.
rush to the Klondike thing right now.
They've actually done the research to show, and I know this is going to be tough to hear, but it's just part of the human condition. It's in the basement of the human condition, let's put it that way. They've actually shown pictures to guys. It's primarily guys who get angry, racially angry. Okay. They've shown pictures to guys of women not wearing a hijab. Okay. Then they show a picture of the same woman wearing a hijab, and the person, the guy looking at the picture visibly gets angry. Some get actually enraged because there's something about that vision of a woman and a headscarf that makes them angry. Now, can you, as a guy, you're a guy, I'm a guy, can you explain man to me what the hell that's about?
They've been told by people like Donald Trump that if you are from a Muslim country, that you should not be in the United States, that they should stop all these folks at the border or at the airport. So they've taken that on as
face covering,
their truth.
We need to ban
Despite
face covering.
what you may say to them, despite reality, they're going to believe, and they believe they've been displaced, and that's what is really sticks out. They believe they don't have the job that they want because of foreigners. They believe that life hasn't been fair to them because of these immigrants. Just the opposite. Immigrants have made our society what it is today, and you don't start throwing blame at an immigrant because they've got a great work ethic. I mean, they'll do things as in having 2 or 3 generations of families in one household so they can pay the mortgage. We as Canadians are spoiled. We don't think we want to live with our second generation of family. We think that we want our own place, but we're dumb that way. We should think more like immigrants, and if you want something bad enough, you'll get it. And we just, unfortunately, as Canadians, many of us,
you voted for
and I'm from a large family. We had a short period of time where my grandmother lived with us, but nothing like immigrants who are willing to keep the family unit together, whether it means that they have to live 1 or 2 or 3 generations together. It's a great honor for them to look after grandma and grandpa. For some reason,
thank you. Thank you very much for the call. Appreciate it. Call again down the road, would you? Ed in Vancouver. Sean in Maple Ridge, BC is texting. I think we have always had a lot of closet racists. I think Trump gave them voice and made it okay for them to espouse the kind of hatred we're now seeing.
So can I call them closet cases?
I think that now? It'll be a long time before the damage that Trump did can be erased.
You want to call him gay. If you're gay,
he was an extremely negative influence in this regard. Let's take one more on this, then I want to move on. Joseph in White Rock, BC. Go ahead, Joseph. You're on Charles Adler tonight. Welcome.
Good evening, sir. I have not seen the video that you cite in your account, and I won't be looking for it. It's very troubling, and it brings who was walking home and was attacked near her home by a male and savagely beaten. I think she was raped. She died as a result of her injuries. But the point of that incident was that there were many people hanging out their windows, looking off their balconies down into the street where she was being attacked. And nobody came to her assistance. Nobody yelled out at the assailant to stop. Nothing. They merely watched And subsequent to the event, which was shocking in its own right, the police came out and interviewed as many of the witnesses as they could to try and determine why they had not gone to her assistance. And the sum total, it was written up in many journals, this incident, Kitty Genovese. The sum total of the responses was, well, it wasn't my, business. It wasn't my affair. I had no reason to go down and try to break up the fight, or he might have turned on me, was what a lot of people said. Yeah. And they all thought it was perfectly okay to just watch and not actually intervene.
Thank you very much. I read about that when I was a kid, and people can look it up. It was a very, very famous story, and at the time, one of the reasons it was famous is because it was unique. Now, unfortunately, it's not unique anymore. 2 of these incidents in just one day, in one city. And this time the target, Asian Americans. And I think by now everyone knows what the story's about. Once again, if you're looking for the actual video, it's easy to find on my timeline. Go to Charles Adler, you'll find it. Joseph in White Rock and everyone else who called, really, really appreciate your assistance tonight. I needed you. I asked for your help, and you came on like troopers. Thank you. Thank you very much for showing me the much better side of humanity, the sunnier side of the street. I think it's easy when you're watching certain videos, and I must admit I watched it 2 or 3 times before I chose to say anything. It's very easy to be brought down by that business. Interestingly enough, some people who called in to talk about this said they would go out of their way not to look at the video, and I can't say I blame you. This show is produced by Jimmy Doppel-Hogan-Sola, and our technical producer tonight is Brendan Kelly. Our executive producer is Lady Catherine Stewart. We're back in a moment with Shane Hewitt telling us what's coming up next time.
It must be a couple of $100 there. Look here, Constable. Can't you tell me more about the man who left this go with you?
Sorry, but I've told you all I know.
Oh, this way.
He was just an ordinary-looking critter. Nothing outstanding about him.
I wish you'd gotten his name.
I asked for it, but he wouldn't give it to me.
Hey, let's take the number of men when I can afford it. Maybe one of them has taken this way to repay me.
Constable, you said this came from the Valley of the Spirits. That's what I was told, Jack. And that's all I know about it.
I'd sure like to go there and stake a claim. I never heard of gold coming from the Valley of the Spirits.
Neither did I, Dad. But if this is a sample, it's worth looking into. Tell you what, Jack.
What's that?
You want to go to the Valley of the Spirits. How would it be if I went along?
Swell. Oh, the only thing is, I hate to leave Dad alone. Well, no, I can manage for a day or so. I've said all along it wasn't necessary for you to do everything around the house. I can get up for a little while at a time. You just go ahead, Jack. Go and find that Spirit Valley gold and stake your claim.
I know where it is, Jack. I can show you the way.
Carslake and Peavy were in Red Nose when Jack and the constable bought a few supplies and then set out toward the southeast.
There they go, Peavy. Looks like your scheme is working out.
And they're carrying a couple of spades for digging.
The constable is traveling with Jack. I wish it was someone else.
Well, as long as the constable has dealt himself a hand, he'll have to take what comes.
How soon are we going to call on the old man?
We gotta wait until he gets word his son's been killed.
That might be quite a while.
Well, we can afford to wait, Carslake. We can afford to wait.
Peavy and Carslake waited in the community of Red Nose during the week that followed. And then Sergeant Preston came into town. He stopped at the cafe, inquired about the way to Madison's cabin, and then pushed on. The plotters hurried to the same cafe and talked to the bartender.
Joe, tell me, what was that he said about Jack Madison? He said he had him on his horse. If that's the case, his head and face were covered. I wonder if something happened to young Jack. I got the idea that the Mountie found young Madison dead. Oh, the poor critter.
Peavy, I'm sorry for Jack's father. This'll hit him mighty hard. Maybe we should go and call on the poor old man.
Good idea, Carslake. Maybe we can do something for him. Maybe we can help him out in some way. Let's go to his place right away. Oh, it's you, Peavy. Madison, you're up and around. Feeling better? Yes. What do you
you want?
Madison Carslake and I want to talk to you. We heard that you...
I reckon you must have heard that my boy was brought home.
Yes, we did. And we're mighty sorry, Madison. Mighty sorry.
Yeah, but you...
Madison, I hardly know where to begin. I know you hate me for that swindling deal.
No, I don't hate anyone anymore, P.D.
Glad to hear that.
Yes. That's my boy over there under the blanket.
You want us to go to the North Ridge for the coroner?
Sergeant Preston will let the coroner know.
Oh, I wondered where the Mountie gone.
Madison, Peavy and I swindled
you. Well, money don't mean much.
Nevertheless, you've got to have cash to live. I don't suppose Jack located a gold mine where he went.
No. Look here, Madison. Maybe this is a poor time to talk business, but we've got to work fast. There's a newcomer in town. Now, I can unload that Klondike Queen on him.
What good's the Klondike Queen?
The newcomer don't know that it's worked out.
Carslake and I want to return the cash we swindled you out of.
Why don't you buy back that no-account land you sold me and my boy?
There's no tunnel on that land, but the Klondike Queen really looks like something.
You want to buy it?
Yes. You see, we can resell it right away.
But it's not mine to sell. It's Jack's.
Well, you are Jack's only relative, aren't you?
Yeah.
Then the Klondike Queen is yours. That is, unless your son left a will giving the property to someone else.
Oh, Jack never had a will.
Madison, I have $1,500. That's more than we took away from you.
It's hard for me to think of business, Carslake.
I realize that. But the fact is, we've got to get the tunnel right away to take advantage of the chance to sell it to the newcomer we mentioned. If we wait, we may miss the chance.
Well, I reckon I may as well take your offer.
That's good judgment, Madison.
We'll have to have a witness, won't we?
Well, I'll go and get some men from the cafe.
And while you're going, Peavy, I'll get the papers all ready.
Good. I'll be back in a little while. Come on with me, Carslake.
See you later, Madison.
Yes, I'll be here.
Big Jim Madison watched through a tiny window until Peavy and Carslake were out of sight, and then...
Hey, you can come out now.
Heard them, Madison. Easy enough to see through their plans.
Yes, those ornery buzzards. They didn't wait long to pounce on Jack's property. You said I should hear what they had to say and be agreeable.
You did just right. We can come out from under that blanket now, Jack.
Good. Lazy job being a corpse, but I don't like it.
You'll have to resume the role of corpse when Peavy and Carslake...
I wouldn't be surprised if my son does. So I would imagine, like, he does to the point where it's like cringy, where you have to, if we go hotel room or camping or something, you got to leave the room. It's like, ugh.
Why don't you just wake him up and stop him from hurting himself instead of leaving the room, leaving the scene of the...
I do what every good parent does. I make a video for social media.
Actually, we were talking about that earlier, and I thought that was a tough topic, but not nearly as tough as... When is it going to get easier? I've been, as I said earlier, I've been doing this for a while, and I always thought things would get better, and they just don't. It makes me. I know I shouldn't make it personal. It just, you know, I was just suggesting earlier, and I'm happy for people in this business who actually have some hope left that humanity will get better, because that's what I used to have, and I don't have that because I was so damn wrong. The idea that people would develop more empathy, more compassion, they become more decent. You know, all indications are it's gone the other way. And you look at a video like this one with the person wailing on this old woman in New York in broad daylight, and then a person watching it, a so-called security guard, just watching it like a spectator, like a sport, a blood sport, and then shutting the door. It blows my mind. I wish I didn't see it, frankly. I wish I'd missed it. Chris Perry, I give him credit for tweeting it. That's why I saw it. And I thanked him on Twitter. I thanked him on the air. Now I'm thinking of saying no thanks, Chris. I wish you hadn't seen it. I wish I hadn't seen it. Just
It's a downer. Your take?
Well, I always look at these things a couple of ways. I always try to remind myself the basic facts is just because we saw it happen today doesn't mean it didn't happen yesterday. These things could actually be happening more often than we know. I always think back to the 90s when the United States invaded Iraq. And we got to see a war unfold for the first time, real time. And that made the world a little bit smaller that day. And so we fast forward to today and access to information and these images and these billboards and this stuff around us all the time. And we do have to remind ourselves that just because we saw it today doesn't mean it didn't happen yesterday. And it could actually be much worse than we ever imagined. I would go as far as to say that the world is a better place. And I'm not going to use this to a blatant chance to pump your tires, because that's not what you're asking for. I know that. But I will say this, that when you take a stand in your platform and you stand there every day, you do make the world a better place. And you invite the people around you to also stand there with you. And that does make the world a better place. And that's really all you can do. I've really been working in this world of mine of words that I love, that the word teach, I've got to take the word teach out of my language, because success as a teacher only comes with the willingness to learn, and leading by example and being in ways of being. I guess I would suggest as your friend, Chuck, that, you are being that every day.
Would you or would you not try to beat up the bad guy in this given scenario, bro?
Just because these people didn't see it yet doesn't mean that they won't. But I would say that you're already there, brother.
Well, maybe I'm just not getting any more patient over the years, and I sometimes lose my patience. I lost it earlier, not on the air, not necessarily with anyone, because they were just people I heard about that were wanting to come on to tell me that I didn't know what the hell I was talking about, and why was I calling it a racial attack? And I just feel that if I actually have to discuss that, if I have to justify that, if I have to explain the obvious, I really don't feel like having a conversation. Maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe I should have had the conversation, even if it might have gotten a little confrontational. Shane Hewitt, thank you very much for your words as always. What's coming up next hour?
We are going to talk a little bit about hockey and curling. We're hoping to have a little bit of light conversation coming up at the shift with Cami Kepke from Calgary. And that's exciting, so look forward to that. And we're going to talk about the snowbirds tonight, because there is some sad news there, and it's understanding what happened around everything to do with the snowbirds last summer.
I need more Shane Hewitt in my life. I think we all do. Thank you.
So give, through the Red Cross, the heart of America. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle and directed by Fred Flowerday. This story was written by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Listen Friday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the Challenge of the Yukon in the Caribou case.
When a big dog tried to pick a fight, King turned tail and ran. When I finally learned the reason for what seemed to be a cowardly act, I realized that King's instincts were more reliable than the judgment of any man.
How many other dogs?
Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Friday. For a delicious hot breakfast, eat Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, the giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
I could start claiming I'm Black Russian descent.
Say, boys and girls, do you want to be a star someday in sports and activities? Then start on good Quaker Oats breakfast tomorrow. Because nourishing oatmeal gives you more growth and endurance than any other whole grain cereal. Still less than 1 penny a serving. Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Kids with frame purchase. They direct bill most insurance plans too, making the process easy. Why wait any longer? Arrange your family's eye exams at provision.ca today. Valid prescription required. Valid at participating locations. Restrictions apply. Taxes extra. See store for detail. 2021. Exams available at the independent doctors of optometry at or next to Provision. Do you remember the first time you rode your bike? You're doing great, son. The first time you went on a date.
You look so handsome.
Your first sport. Your first job. Welcome to the firm, son. Your first drink. Your last drink. If you drink, please don't drive. A message from Global News Radio 640 Toronto. We believe in a greater Toronto. This is CFMJ Global News Radio.
This is Global News. I'm Skylar Peters. The federal body charged with setting recommendations for vaccines is pausing the distribution of the AstraZeneca shot for Canadians under the age of 55. Officials call it an evolving issue, and Health Canada is in discussions with the vaccine manufacturer. But for now, the shot is still being recommended for older Canadians. Global's Mike Couture outlines what we know about the cases so far.
Health officials say the rare cases of clots have been identified in women under the age of 55, between 4 and 16 days after the patient got the vaccine. So they say, if you got the jab 20 days ago, there is no cause for concern. Still, the head of NACI does admit the changing guidelines for this vaccine can cause confusion in the general public.
This vaccine has had all the ups and downs. It looks like a roller coaster. The problem is because they are evolving, we are also evolving our recommendations. The risk seems to be higher in the younger population, so we're pausing it there.
But Dr. Quash says it doesn't seem to be as much of a risk in older populations, so it's still safe for people 55 years and older.
That's Global's Mike Couture. The prosecution says former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin didn't remove his knee from George Floyd's neck, even after Floyd said 27 times that he couldn't breathe and then went motionless. Jerry Blackwell played bystander video of Floyd's death last May, telling the jury that Floyd, who was black, was under the white officer's knee for 9 minutes and 29 seconds before he went limp. It was the first day of Chauvin's trial on charges of unintentional second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter. The worst-case scenario for the social media behemoth. Kevin Chan's warning at a parliamentary committee hearing came just over a month after Facebook blacked out all news on its platform in Australia in response to the looming legislation that would require digital giants to pay traditional news companies for their journalism.
We haven't seen any specific proposal, ma'am, from the government. It is never going to be something that we would ever want to do unless we really have no choice.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his Australian counterpart have agreed to continue coordinating efforts to ensure web giants' revenues are shared more fairly with creators and media after Facebook struck a deal with the Australian government on a revised bill which still demands tech titans fork over cash for linked content. And shipping has resumed along one of the world's most important waterways after a stranded vessel blocked traffic for almost a week.
Salvage workers celebrating getting the stuck cargo ship moving. The Suez Canal open again. Now the work begins to clear a massive maritime traffic jam on both sides waiting to cross. The chairman of the Suez Canal Authority saying work will continue around the clock to clear the backlog and that he expects it will take 3 days for traffic to return to normal. As for the Ever Given, she's been escorted to a large lake at the canal's midpoint where she'll be checked for damage. Dave Packer, ABC News.
In sports, the Edmonton Oilers overcame a 2-1 deficit in Toronto tonight as Kyle Turris tied the game in the third period and Darnell Nurse scored the overtime
Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is Peter Lorre, playing the part of the Hungarian Count Stefan Kohari, a gentleman of sinister aspect. The story is by John Dixon Carr, who calls it The Devil's Saint. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution till the last possible moment. And so, it is with The Devil's Saint and Mr. Peter Lorre's performance we again hope to keep you in suspense. The Devil's Saint. Paris, 15 years ago. Paris as it used to be, when lights twinkled from the old Trocadero to the hill of Sacré-Cœur, when taxicabs honked and the beat of tango swayed, and Chinese lanterns gleamed above the lake in the Bois, when, in short, you and I were young. Come then to the President's Ball at the Opera, St. Catherine of the Dreams. The mosaic decorations are no less bright than the colors that weave here. Harlequins and Columbine, Cleopatra and Musketeers. In the great marble foyer, remember it? They have set out little tables and lines of palms behind which you may sit screened. Look at one such table. A young man wearing the scarlet and gold uniform of an English Guards officer in Wellington's day. A dark-haired young girl in the costume of the country. And as we approach...
Ned, don't, please, you mustn't.
Why not? You really don't mind, do you?
No, of course I don't mind, only you mustn't. Oh, Ned.
Look here, Alona, we've got to settle this thing. You have enjoyed being here tonight, haven't you?
Ned, I've loved it. After being cooped up at my uncle's place in the country, it's like heaven.
All right. When I take you back to the hotel, I'm going to face this uncle of yours tonight.
No, please don't.
I'm going to say that you and I intend to get married, and that's that.
I can't marry you, Ned. I've told you that.
But why not? Just give me one good reason.
Because I can't. My uncle, he would never allow it. Never.
And that seems to you a good reason enough?
Yes, Ned.
This uncle of yours, what's his name?
Count Stefan Kohari.
He's a Hungarian, I think you said.
Yes, so am I. My mother was an American.
What's he like, actually?
Oh, he's a little eccentric. Oh, please don't misunderstand. He's a great scholar and a historian, only he's a little strange. Ned.
What is it?
There he is now.
Your uncle?
Yes, that elegant man in plain evening clothes, with the Order of the Golden Fleece across his chest.
Ah, I see him. Oh, he looks as black as a thundercloud.
He's throwing those two dressed as devils aside as though they didn't exist. Give me my mask quick before he sees us.
No, Alona.
Why not?
We'd better face this out now. Sit still. Good evening, Ilona.
Good evening, Uncle Stefan. Uncle, may I present Edward Whiteford?
How do you do, sir? How do you do? Ilona, do you think that costume is quite the thing to wear in public?
Why not?
Well, an older generation might call it immodest. It looks like...
Like what?
Nothing. Will you go and get your cloak or your domino or whatever you wore here?
Uncle, please don't make me go home so soon. It's hardly 11 o'clock.
I was not asking you to go home, my dear. I was merely asking you to put on a wrap.
All right, I'll get it. You stay and talk to Ned.
I shall be delighted. Will you sit down, sir? Thank you. You seem to have quite a gathering at this table. Yes. Some friends of mine from the embassy. They're upstairs dancing now. Well, look, glasses, and still more glasses. You know, I was quite an adept once at musical gases. Have you ever tried it, young man? Well, it's very easy. You take a spoon like this, you see, and like it. Well, forgive me, sir, but there's something I'd like to ask you. Yes? I don't know exactly how to say this, so I'd better say it in the shortest way. I want to marry your niece. Well, look out, sir, you smashed one of the glasses. A few francs will pay for that. But there are other things of higher value, at least to me. Well, maybe I ought to mention first that my full name is Lord Edward Whiteford. My father's the Earl of Grey. Indeed. I only mention that to show we're, well, respectable enough. Well, the British ambassador will vouch for me, sir, if you would like to ring him up. And perhaps I ought to mention that I've always kept Ilona carefully guarded from the world. Almost too carefully guarded, don't you think? That, Lord Edward, depends on my reasons. Sorry, sir. You have known Ilona about how long? 4 days. 4 days. You wouldn't even choose a business partner in 4 days. Yet to want to marry my Ilona after 4 days. But we know our own minds, sir. You do, huh? Then you know more than the wisest man in this world. However, there's one whose dearest wish is Ilona's happiness. I hope it is, Count Kohari. Do you doubt what I say? Oh, no, sir. Well, I will make you a proposition. I own an estate in Touraine, not far from Paris. A little chateau, a few hundred acres, fishing, very good stable of horses. I know, Ilona told me. Oh, she did? Well, then here is my suggestion. Why not come down and visit us for a week or two? Oh, that's very decent of you, sir. Oh, not at all, not at all. And if at the end of that time you're not cured of this infatuation... Oh, it's not an infatuation, I swear it's not. No? Well, if at the end of that time you're not cured permanently of this feeling, you may take Ilona. And with my blessing. That's fair, isn't it? Oh, it's more than fair, Count Kohari. I don't know how to thank you. Oh, please, don't even try. And at least I can promise you a very interesting experience. You see, at the Chateau d'Azay, there is one certain bedroom, we call it the tapestry room. Yes? Well, I assure you, it'll be very interesting for you to sleep in that room. Why? Is it haunted or something? Oh, no, not haunted. Well, now, if you don't mind, I shall say goodnight, and I hope I can trust you to bring Ilona safely to the hotel. Au revoir. Look over there. What is it, sir? Just look. Streams of our fellow guests pouring down the main staircase. Shapes of nightmare. Shapes of delirium. Insane dead masks. Only the eyes move. Wouldn't we be terrified, perhaps, if we would look behind those gargoyle faces? But I don't think so. They're only ordinary people like ourselves. That sure is where you make your mistake. Well, I shall expect you for the weekend, and encore une fois, au revoir.
Ned!
It's all right, Ilona. You can come out from behind those palms.
What was he saying? I couldn't hear.
Ilona, it couldn't be better. Well, he's a very decent old boy, actually, and he's invited me to the chateau. He invited me to sleep there.
And you said?
I said I would, naturally.
You mustn't do it, Ned. I won't let you do it.
Why the devil not?
Because everybody who sleeps in that room dies.
Dies? Are you serious?
Oh, Ned, please don't do it.
Oh, nonsense. There are a lot of superstitions about every old house.
This isn't a superstition, Ned. It happened once when I was... They don't know. There wasn't a mark on his body. They don't know. There wasn't a mark on his body. He wasn't shot or stabbed or strangled or poisoned or hurt in any way. He was just dead.
Two nights later, in the province of France, now known as Indre-et-Loire, but once called Touraine, the ancient land beloved of Rabelais and Balzac. But now, as the wind moans down the valleys, and rain flickers across the apple trees, and thunder stirs in those haunted hills, it can bring little comfort to a young man driven in an ancient carriage from the railway station along snake-like roads. To what destination? Ahead, a lift of lightning shows the grey walls and conical slate-roofed towers of a chateau set some distance back from the road. Light shines from its narrow windows, dimly seen through the rain as... Driver! Coachman! Oui, monsieur. Is that the Chateau d'Azay up ahead? Oui, monsieur. I will take you to the very door if what? Why do you cross yourself? If I am to cross yourself. You say, only the dogs, monsieur. They keep many dogs, large dogs. at the Chateau d'Azay. Well, here we are. Bonsoir, monsieur. And if I may be permitted a word of advice, well, beware of the tapestry room. There isn't a bell on this door. There might at least be a knocker. Ah, got it. C'est alors, monsieur? Vous cherchez? Je cherche le Château d'Azay. Et perhaps it would be better if monsieur spoke English, yes? You are Lord Edward Whiteford. Yes. Monsieur is expected. Please to enter. Monsieur's Atancourt. Thank you.
Ned!
Hello, Elona. Oh, the farmer, petite, votre oncle.
Oh, you better not kiss me, Ned. Madame Flay says to look out for my uncle. Madame Flay is our housekeeper.
Oh. Well, where's your uncle now?
In the drawing room. He's playing the piano. Come along.
Elona, is anything wrong?
Oh, everything's wrong. 2 of my dogs were in horrible pain this afternoon. Dr. Solomon had to put them out with chloroform.
You don't think that...
I hope nobody's practicing, that's all. Well, here we are.
Oh, nice tiger skins on the floor. I say, who's the little old man with the grey beard sitting over there by the fire?
That's Dr. Solomon.
Oh, hasn't he funny-looking eyes?
He watches and watches and watches. He's an old friend of the family.
Shh, come along, let's get this over with. Ah, Lord Edward. Well, I see my niece has anticipated me. Welcome to the Chateau d'Azay. Thank you, Captain Harry. Oh, you must be very wet after your long drive. Go up to the fire and warm yourself. Madame Flay.
Yes, monsieur?
Please tell Antoine to take our guest's luggage up to the tapestry room.
The tapestry room, monsieur?
That is what I said, Madame Flay.
Yes, monsieur.
An odd coincidence, Lord Edward. Dr. Solomon and I were just discussing the fate of the last person who slept in the tapestry room.
This is not good, my friend. This is against my advice.
It's against his advice. Here, Dr. Solomon croaked.
This is not good, I tell you. It is the wrong season of the moon.
The wrong moon. But there is no moon tonight. It's raining cats and dogs.
Don't talk about dogs.
Nevertheless, it is the wrong season of the moon. I say no more.
Cheerful flutter, that doctor.
Don't do it, Ned. I won't be responsible if they make you do it.
Look here, Uncle Harry. What did happen to the last bloke who slept in the tapestry? You mustn't call him a bloke, sir. He was a very saintly gentleman. The Bishop of Tours. That was some time ago when Delona was only 15 years old, but surely she must remember it.
I remember it.
The church, said our bishop, has no use for superstitions. Well, he insisted on sleeping there. I made it as comfortable for him as possible, but he was found dead next morning, with a crucifix still in his hand. Was it poisoned?
There was no poison, monsieur.
No. Here, Dr. Solomon.
It's true, Ned.
Well, there were just 2 very curious things. You see, in connection with that death, on a mantelpiece there was found burning a stick of incense. Just ordinary incense, nothing wrong with it. And under the dressing table, the police found it was an empty jar of ointment. Now, here's your wit. A dead man, some burning incense. Do not speak like that. I'm sorry?
It is still the wrong season of the moon.
Well, what I really meant, sir, was this. Is there any reason for this story of death? Reason? Any legend attached to the room or anything like that? Yes, there is. Well, sir? Well, we are a very old family, Lord Edward. Old and perhaps accursed. When my ancestors moved from Hungary to France in the 17th century, they brought certain beliefs with them. The old religion. The old religion? Yes, the cult of Diana, the cult of Janus, the cult of freedom and fertility. The witch cult, if you prefer. Oh, now look here, sir.
Must we talk about this?
Well, you smile, but when I say the word witch, you think of some humorous picture on a Halloween's card. It was very different in the Middle Ages, believe me. Then, my friend, there existed an organized religion which rivaled the church. There were many to worship unashamed at the grand Sabbath. Many for all favors from Saturn, their masters, and to dance forever, joyously in the red, flaming quadrants of hell. Some 200 years ago, an ancestress of mine, Katerina Kohari, was tortured to death in a tapestry room for professing the old religion. Many persons have not thought it safe to sleep there since. Are you answered?
Oh, come, sir. This is some kind of elaborate joke.
Joke? The Bishop of Tours did not find it a joke.
Not the mark on his body. I assure you as a physician.
No, not a mark on his body. Here, Dr. Solomon.
Yes, I get him.
Well, understand me, Lord Edward, there's no compulsion in this. If you do wish to sleep in that room, all right. If you don't wish,
I'm not afraid to sleep there, sir.
Well, I thought perhaps you wanted to change your mind.
Oh, never. Would you like me to make a wager on that?
What sort of wager?
Well, if I spend the night in this famous room and come out of it alive,
yes,
will you give your consent to the marriage immediately? Tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning? Why?
Because I don't think the atmosphere of this house is good for a loner. What do you say? Will you do it?
Very well, Lord Edward. I accept the terms of your wager.
Don't do it, Ned. For the love of heaven, don't do it.
High up in the north tower of the Chateau d'Azay, under the conical slate roof, is the circular room hung with faded tapestries. These tapestries move slightly with uneasy, mimic life to the clamor of the storm outside. Candles burn along the mantelpiece and beside the great four-poster bed. The flames of these candles waver too as the door opens.
This is the tapestry room, monsieur.
Thank you, Madame Flay.
That is the mantelpiece where the incense burned. That is the bed where Monseigneur the Bishop died.
Very inviting, isn't it?
Will there be anything else monsieur requires? Some sandwiches, a decanter of whiskey?
Oh, no, thanks. I had a drink with the Count Kohari before I came upstairs.
Bien, monsieur. Monsieur's shaving water will be brought up in the morning, if he requires it. Good night.
Venerable Hoppy, trying to scare a fellow out of his wits just because... I hope they built a good fire anyway. Didn't realize how cold it was. Temperature must have dropped. What's that?
It's me, Ilona. May I come in?
No, Ilona. Get out of here.
That's not very gallant of you.
No, I mean, I don't want you exposed to whatever it is.
Ned, listen. Are you going to...
I don't want you exposed to whatever it is.
Ned, listen.
Dangerous. Besides, I promised your uncle I'd go through with this alone.
I wish you hadn't had that drink with him.
Why? He couldn't have done anything to it. It was you who poured it.
Yes, that's true, only... Listen.
Is that?
It sounds like footsteps.
Yes, but where's it coming from?
Seems to be right here in the room.
It seems to come from all directions.
Doesn't it sound like somebody walking between the walls?
By George, it is someone walking inside the wall. Get behind that tapestry, Ilona. Quick. Hide there. Come, Kohari. Where did you come from?
Oh, forgive me, Lord Edward, for seeming to appear out of the wall and between the tapestries. Like Mephisto appearing to Faust, huh? And this red dressing gown perhaps adds to the effect, too.
How'd you get here? A passage between the walls?
Yes, exactly. Well devised, my ancestors, for visiting this room. You know, they invented that when its occupant was so unmanly as to bolt the door.
Door's not bolted. You could have walked straight in. But I couldn't have done it unobserved. No. Maybe not. Have you had any other visitors, Lord Edmund? No. Are you quite sure of that? Quite sure. Well, then, since nobody saw me come here, I'll just sit down by the fire. Please sit opposite me. Is this the showdown, sir? I don't understand. Well, there's got to be a showdown between us. Is that why you're here? Oh, I'm here, young man, to explain certain things to you. Will you have a cigarette? Thank you. Oh, they're perfectly all right. That is what you're afraid of? I'll have one, yes. A light? Thank you. Well, when I was discussing the witch cult a while ago, you didn't appear to think I meant what I said. Do you want a perfectly frank answer to that? Yes. I think you're mad enough to mean anything. What you say, in a sense, is quite true. Seeing an old and inbred family like ours, the mind can crack in the fantasies of witchcraft, become as real, well, more real than a living world. Let me give you an example. Go on. The saucer on the table beside you is Ming porcelain. It was once owned by Katerina Kohari, a martyr of the old religion. Yet you are using it as an ashtray. Oh, I beg the witch lady's pardon. I'll blow off the ash. Well, that's a very dangerous remark, sir. Don't you understand that the worship of evil can be strong and compelling as the worship of good? That the devil can have his saints too? That the sick brain which knows but can't help itself? You have profaned this room merely by entering it, and therefore you deserve to die. Like the Bishop of Tours? Exactly. You're not going to tell me the devil killed him? The devil's agent may be flesh and blood. Then it was murder. Oh, of course it was murder. Murder so cunningly contrived that no one ever saw through it. Go on. I asked you before to use your wits on this problem. Well, look, incense was burned in this room. Do you know why? Suppose you tell me. Well, obviously, I think to conceal something else, which would be too easily noticed. To conceal what? For instance, the smell of chloroform. Chloroform? Yes. A drug not well understood by laymen. Dr. Solomon, by the way, was using chloroform this afternoon to dispose of some dogs. So I've heard. Well, Dr. Solomon is old and very forgetful. You mean chloroform could be stolen? Oh, yes, it could be easily. Now, suppose I take a pad saturated with chloroform. I place it over the mouth and nostrils of a man already sleeping or drugged, so that he gets no air. Wait a minute. That won't do. Why not? Chloroform burns and blisters when it touches the skin. You leave marks. Oh, not at all, my friend. Not at all. If I first covered the mouth and nostrils with some substance like... Wait a minute. Yes. Now you're waking up. Hi. Now observe what follows. In a few seconds, unconsciousness. In 2 minutes or 3 minutes, death. Certain death, yes. Oh, by the chloroform, you see. It evaporates very quickly. There's no trace in the stomach since nothing has been swallowed. Well, delay your post-mortem for 24 hours. Very easy matter in these country districts, and no trace remains in the blood. Murder without a mark, Lord Edward. Murder without a mark. You can't do it, Count Kohani. There's one thing you're forgetting. What is that? I'm not sleeping and I'm not drugged. Oh, yes, you are. How? When? In the cigarette? No. In a drink you had with me. What was it? Morphine. And you've had enough to put 3 men to sleep. See, that's it. Well, try to get up. I'll do it. I'll do it. You see? You've knocked over the fire irons. You have been in the fire yourself if I hadn't caught you. Take your hands off me. Just as you please. If I could reach that bell pull. Well, but you can't. Well, better sit down again. You murdering lunatic. So that's how you killed the Bishop of Tours. That's how you're going to kill me. Who, I? Well, you don't think I killed the Bishop of Tours. Didn't you? You fool. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to save you. Dr. Solomon.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, come out, come in the room. Come out and be my witness.
Yes, monsieur. I shall always guard the family honor, even when I guess how men die.
This young man evidently thinks I've been talking about myself. Am I, in the popular parlance, insane?
Oh, monsieur. Heaven forbid. I have never known a saner man.
Have you any notion, Lord Edward, why I brought you to this house? You would never have believed me if I had merely told you. So I had to bring you here to show you. Show me what? What?
Look at the tapestries.
Come out of there!
Behind them.
Come out of there! Hey, come out!
Ilona.
Yes, yes, Ilona. Why do you think I've kept Ilona so well guarded from the world? Why, at a fancy dress ball, for instance, did I object to the costume of a medieval witch whose dogs were poisoned so that chloroform should be brought? Who poured the drink drugged with morphine?
In the devil's name, what are you trying to tell me?
It was Ilona. She's been helplessly, hopelessly insane for more than 10 years. And so closes The Devil's Saint, starring Peter Lorre. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday.
William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on
Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Rochester.
The Jello program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Gee, But You're Swell.
Person in the NCAA.
No, I haven't.
He almost ended it in that 5-0T. Hit a post, unfortunately. And then a good Wilcox boy, Wilcox, Saskatchewan, Luke Melmock was able to finish that one off.
5 times overtime. Oh my God. I get wind
They had
going
to pull a
up the
goalie
stairs.
because he cramped. He cramped in the 7th period, so they had to yank him.
That's so crazy, hey? Man. All right, so Ottawa looks, quite good under... All right, so Ottawa looks, quite good under...
With a trademark belonging to General Foods. When you see the big red letters on the lock, you know you're getting genuine Jello made by...
Including the imposition of Turkish curricula and circulation of the Turkish currency. The Syrian government is committed to delivering humanitarian aid to all
on genuine Jell-O. And now we bring you the man who came to New York for a rest and has to go back to Hollywood to get it, Jack Playboy Benny. Well, hello again. I got this horn left over from last night, folks, and I want to tell you, Don, you're right about me being a playboy. I'm a regular demon since I've been in New York. Shows and parties and one nightclub after another. Woo! Oh, Jack, stop carrying on, Bill. You know, you're not as bad as you're painting yourself. I'm not, eh? Don, I've been carousing around like a madman. Boy, am I sophisticated. I can't understand that, Jack. You don't drink anything. I don't, eh? Last night I had a gin fuzz. That's fizz. Fizz, fuzz, who cares as long as I have a headache? Well, tell me, Jack, are you glad?
And I just say, even though, like, as a Flames reporter, you want to...
The extent of the disinformation campaign, they cannot convince anyone that these countries are not responsible for bringing thousands of foreign terrorists to Syria. What is worse is that these governments now refuse and to rehabilitate and reintegrate their women and children. They want those who listen to their statements today to believe, recent of which the so-called Caesar Act do not represent economic terrorism and a collective punishment. Secretary of State Blinken in his statement wondered about the best way to put an end to the suffering of the Syrian people. I will answer you, sir. The first step would be to lift these inhumane, coercive measures imposed by your country on the Syrian people. They want us to believe that imposing conditionality on the reconstruction process does not impede the provision of an environment conducive to the voluntary and dignified return of refugees and displaced persons to their areas, nor that it may cause a new refugee crisis. They want us to believe that the Brussels conference held today is a forum for assisting Syrians and support Syria's future, while excluding the Syrian government, and it is used as a platform to target the Syrian government and tarnish its image. In conclusion, I stress that the discussions of the Security Council cannot achieve progress through provocative statements and the use of inappropriate and sometimes rude terms. Progress is only possible by staying away from politicization and through an open and constructive dialogue based on the mutual respect between member states, taking into account the views of the countries concerned with the discussion. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Syria for his statement, and I now turn the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, thank you for convening this meeting. I also thank USG Local and UNICEF Executive Director for their insightful briefings. And I salute Dr. Amani Balur, who saved countless lives in an underground hospital in Eastern Ghouta. In March 2011, the Syrian regime detained and tortured demonstrators in Dara. These young people had wanted to express their desire to live in a democratic and free society. This was the beginning of Assad's horrific war against its own people. 10 years have passed. Since then, we, the international community, could not bring an end to the violence and human rights violations in Syria. The figures are appalling. More than 60% of Syria's pre-war population were forced to flee their homes. More than 500,000 people died. Inside Syria, over 80% of people are living in poverty. 86% of refugee children do not want to return to Syria. They feel unsafe to go back. At least 2 aid workers and 8 medical personnel are killed every month. 56% of the Syrian people are afraid to live near health facilities because these are regularly targeted by the Assad regime and its supporters. These numbers only get worse, and the Security Council holds meetings one after another. Humanitarian consequences of the conflict in Syria. We have been hosting 4 million Syrians. We have ensured that UN cross-border humanitarian assistance reach millions of people in Syria. We set a red line in Idlib and protect 5 million vulnerable people from Assad and its backers. Turkey is the only NATO country that engaged in chest-to-chest combat in Syria with Daesh, and we maintain our resolute fight against terrorist organization PKK-YPG and the separatist agenda that aims to establish a totalitarian rule in northeast Syria. Madam President, the perpetrators of mass atrocities in Syria continue to target civilians and civilian infrastructure. The barbaric attack on Atarif Hospital last week, a UN reconflicted facility, is the latest example of the war crimes taking place in Syria. The perpetrators killed innocent civilians and destroyed 24 aid trucks and relief items for more than 20,000 people. We strongly condemn these violations of international humanitarian law. The perpetrators should be and will be exposed and held accountable. Madam President, today, the humanitarian situation in Syria is worse than 9 months ago, when Resolution 2533 was adopted. As it was stated before me, 13.4 million people are in humanitarian need. This is a 20% increase from last year. As part of the UN cross-border assistance, over 12,000 aid trucks crossed into Northwest in 2020, including over 10,000 through Bab el-Hawa. Millions of people need COVID-19 vaccines. This human-made situation can only be compared to the most terrible crimes of human history. Madam President, we all remember the heartbreaking images of Syrians from 6 years ago. They were fleeing for their lives. We can face another mass exodus if the UN cross-border humanitarian operation is not renewed in July. We do not have time to waste with discussions about coastline access, which can never meet the scale of cross-border operations. It is particularly futile to advocate coastline aid subject to regime's approval. Damascus itself tops the list in terms of humanitarian needs, with an additional 500,000 of its residents becoming vulnerable compared to last year. Unilateral initiatives do not have the consent of the local population. It only serves attempts to legitimize Assad's dictatorship. As USG Lowcock emphasized today, and as it was highlighted by the Secretary General on different occasions, the most scrutinized system in the world has been in place to monitor the UN operations from Bab el-Hawa. The lies that we heard today about Bab el-Hawa are yet another attempt to cover the most unlawful, inhuman starvation campaigns that have been conducted against Syrian people. The unanimous adoption of Resolution 2165 in 2014 was one of the most important signs of unity within the Council. It is time for all members of the Council to prove that they really care about the urgent needs of the innocent people of Syria and authorize renewal of the UN cross-border mechanism. Madam President, Syrian people have endured the darkest decade of our time. The current humanitarian situation is a consequence of Assad's regime's fight against the legitimate demands of Syrian people, and we all know it. While we are waiting for the political process to deliver in accordance with Resolution 2254, we need to respond urgently to the deepening humanitarian situation. This is a fight between right and wrong. This is a matter of humanitarian principles, and millions of human lives are at stake. We need real action now. Madam President, as to the statement made by the Syrian regime representative, I will repeat, I do not consider him as my legitimate representative. I will repeat, I do not place crimes at the hands of the regime, and therefore I will not honor his delusional remarks with a response. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Turkey for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
We can't hear you, Ambassador. Could you check your microphone, please? No, perhaps you can refresh the browser. Refresh your connection, please.
Ambassador, you're still not hearable. Gerd, can you double check for us?
We have heard recently from the Secretary General and other UN officials about the risk of hunger in Syria in 2021. This leaves no doubt about the necessity and urgency of mobilizing international assistance to address this critical challenge. While providing food and other humanitarian assistance to the people in need is necessary and must be pursued as a high priority, in the long run it cannot by itself resolve the problem. However important, providing humanitarian assistance can in no way substitute for fundamental measures that need to be taken to ensure durable peace, security, and stability in the country. The first and foremost of such acts is ensuring Syria's full sovereignty and territorial integrity through uprooting all terrorists, withdrawing uninvited foreign forces, ending the occupation, and securing its borders. Furthermore, necessary measures must be taken for reconstruction of the country's critical infrastructure, further improving the conditions conducive for the return of all refugees and internally displaced persons, as well as stimulating further progress in the political process. We cannot overemphasize that there is no military solution to this conflict. It must be settled peacefully and in full conformity with international law. At the same time, a political solution can neither be achieved in isolation or overnight, nor must progress in that domain be considered as a precondition for making progress in other areas. Politicizing humanitarian aids and return of refugees and internally displaced persons, or imposing unilateral sanctions are hurtful, as they only prolong both the crisis and griefs of the Syrian people, who are already suffering seriously from other hardships, particularly the COVID-19 pandemic. While 10 years of conflict has negatively impacted Syria's economic condition, the destructive effects of unilateral sanctions in further worsening the economic situation of the country are self-explanatory. It has now become quite obvious that certain countries have intended to achieve, through imposing sanctions, the objectives they have failed to gain by military means or political leverage. By imposing sanctions, these countries are punishing the entire Syrian nation. adding insult to the injury of the most vulnerable segments of the country. No state shall use economic, political, or any other type of measures, including unilateral sanctions, to coerce another state, weaponizing food and medicine, and endangering the food security of a nation are unjust and unacceptable. And the so-called humanitarian exemptions are not panaceas, as in practice they do not work within the vast and sophisticated sanctions web. As a tool for collective punishment of entire nations, unilateral sanctions are flagrant violations of the purposes and principles of the United Nations and must therefore be removed immediately. We once again call for the mobilization of international assistance to address the current humanitarian situation in Syria, while stressing that its long-term solution is to work toward ending the conflict, ensuring Syria's full sovereignty and territorial integrity, removing unilateral sanctions, and avoiding politicization of humanitarian issues such as reconstruction and return of refugees and internally displaced persons. In its turn, Iran is committed to political resolution of this crisis and will continue supporting a truly Syrian-led, Syrian-owned, UN-facilitated political process, as well as assisting the people and government of Syria to restore the unity and territorial integrity of their country. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran first, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation to make additional remarks.
Thank you, President. I can't not respond to what was said by my British colleague about the white helmets. We believe that the approach taken by my Western and British colleagues to defend all humanitarian actors, including the white helmets, deserves to be better used. Despite the growing testimonies about their links to terrorists and how their films are staged, we have Western accusations against Damascus. This practice continues. We on many occasions have highlighted these false films and provided the relevant material. We've held press conferences on it too. However, you prefer to not notice this because the real truth is uncomfortable for you. So what type of characters are presented as humanitarian workers from the white helmets? We need to best to look at the fact that so far, many of those who've fled abroad following the liberation of large part of the Syrian territory, despite all of their requests, their Western colleagues have not got to the bottom of it. Their Western backers have not got to the bottom of it. And we hear about their links about because have not got to the bottom of it. And we hear about their links about to justify yourselves before British taxpayers for the money spent to support the alleged Syrian opposition. We sympathise, and it must be very difficult, particularly in the light of the questions that are rising as regards who's behind the white helmets from the British Special Services, Mr. James Le Mesurier, and his death. However, all of these public issues don't need to be brought to the meetings of the Security Council. The British diplomacy is not covering itself in glory in doing so. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative from the Russian Federation for his statement. There are no further names on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
I declare open the 11th session of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging and call to order its first meeting. I extend a warm welcome to all of you and acknowledge the presence here today of the President of the General Assembly. I invite the Open-Ended Working Group to consider Agenda Item 1, Election of Officers, in order to elect the Bureau of the Open-Ended Working Group. In accordance with Rule 103 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, the Open-Ended Working Group shall elect a chair, one or more vice chairs, and a rapporteur. In this regard, the delegations will recall that at the first meeting of its 9th session, held on 23 July 2018, the Open-Ended Working Group elected Ms. Rosalie Bifanco, Philippines, as Vice Chair from the Asia-Pacific Group, and Ms. Renee Abi from Ghana from the Africa Group as Rapporteur. For the 11th session, the nomination of Her Excellency Maria del Carmen Squef of Argentina to serve as Chair of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging has been received. May I take it that the Open-Ended Working Group wishes to elect, by acclamation, Her Excellency Maria del Carmen Squef of Argentina as Chair of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging? I hear no objection. It is so decided. On behalf of the working group, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to Her Excellency Maria del Carmen Squef of Argentina on her election. We will now proceed to the opening segment. I invite the chair to deliver her opening remarks.
President of the General Assembly, Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, Excellencies, colleagues, friends. Firstly, I would like to thank the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, and the Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, Madam Ilza Brands-Keres, for joining us at this opening ceremony today of the 11th session of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging of the United Nations. Before beginning, I would like to extend I'd like to be clear with you. I'm being told that there are 30 delegates that are missing from the quorum. Without those 30 delegates, and I'd like the room to know that, the legal department has told my colleagues from the embassy that we can still function in this way, and that's why I'm now delivering the speech as I am. I'd also like to begin this session by extending warm and affectionate greetings to older persons throughout the world, who have been one of the groups that have suffered most from the terrible consequences brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, and who are the protagonists of all of the work that we have been doing since the establishment in 2010 of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging. It is an honor and indeed a great responsibility for me to chair this 11th session of the working group, which undoubtedly will be a very special session, not only because of the 30 colleagues that are not here, but fundamentally because of the situation for older persons. The commitment of the Argentine Republic to the defense, promotion and protection of human rights of older persons goes back a long way. 73 years ago, on the 28th of August 1948, Eva Duarte de Perón, Argentine political leader, a tireless defender of the rights of the most vulnerable, proclaimed in my country the Declaration for Old Age, which enshrined a set of rights for older persons. In November of that same year, at the third session of the third committee of the General Assembly of the United Nations, which took place in Paris, the Argentine delegation presented a draft resolution which included the Declaration on the Rights of Old Age. On the 4th of December of 1948, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 213, through which it decided to submit to the Economic and Social Council a draft declaration on the rights of old age, submitted by the delegation of Argentina for its examination and consideration for later presentation of a report to the General Assembly. Since that historic moment, Argentina has worked tirelessly, nationally and internationally, for the defense, promotion and protection of the rights of adults and older persons. On the 21st of December 2010, the General Assembly decided, and I quote, to establish an open-ended working group with the aim of increasing the protection of the human rights of older persons, examining the international framework in force in the area of the human rights of older persons, and determining its possible shortcomings and the best way to remedy these, including through a study, if appropriate, of the viability of new instruments and measures. In 2020, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the creation of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging. Nevertheless, we were not able to celebrate that anniversary or hold the 11th session of the working group. In fact, 2020 was the year when the entire world was struck by the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is still the case today. Indeed, the pandemic has had a devastating impact on the life of older persons. According to the WHO, by the 1st of March 2021, so we're talking about this month that's just coming to an end, 71% of those that lost their lives due to COVID-19 were over 65 years old. In other words, 7 out of every 10 of COVID-19 cases were older people over 65 years. The pandemic took with it so many lives. We've experienced so much pain at the loss of our grandfathers, grandmothers, fathers, mothers, friends. But the pandemic has also called into question the legitimacy of a system laying bare its insufficiency. The pandemic has taken with it companies, jobs, entire economies. It's exacerbated and laid bare the problem of inequality, injustice, poverty, the unjust and unfair conditions between countries and within countries. The hard reality of this crisis is that it's laid bare discrimination based on age, the lack of protection and social inclusion and access to health services, the lack of independence and participation of older persons in decision-making processes, and also the increase in violence and the abandonment and abuse suffered by older persons. The pandemic has shone a light on the most vulnerable, those that have been most forgotten. This is why we reiterate that this is not just another open-ended working group. We are here at a session that could be a turning point. After the pandemic, nothing will be the same before. After the pandemic, nothing can or should be the same. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting here to begin the 11th session, which will have an important agenda of activities where we will address crucial items of importance and think about the great challenges that we face in order to ensure the full enjoyment of human rights for all older persons. I hope I can count on your participation. As I indicated at the beginning, this will be a very special session. We have the responsibility in this session for the working group to address the great current and future changes in a practical and concrete manner, which will make it possible to move towards full protection of human rights for all older persons. Today, at this first meeting, we will begin the general discussion, which will continue this afternoon. On Tuesday in the morning, I will have the honor of chairing the session and moderating the high-level panel on COVID-19 and older persons. There we will have the presence of senior leaders who will reflect from an interregional and diverse point of view on the effects of the pandemic on older persons throughout the world. Also, we will have the opportunity to listen to the voices of all stakeholders in the interactive dialogue that will take place during that panel. At the session in the afternoon of Tuesday the 30th, we will begin looking at the priority areas that we discussed during the 10th session, considering the contributions made by member states, focusing on legislation in the areas of education, training, lifelong learning, and capacity building, and also social protection and social security. On Wednesday the 31st, we'll deal with the priority areas of this session. In the morning, we'll deal with the right to work and access to the labour market, and in the afternoon, we will discuss access to justice. In all of the panels, we'll have the honor to have the participation of very good experts and authorities, which will enable us to have fruitful discussions from an interregional session. And finally, on Thursday, the 1st of April, in the morning, we will discuss the way ahead. We'll debate the great challenges before us and reflect on the best ways to address them. In the afternoon, we will have the closing segment of the 11th session. In the open-ended working group on aging, the participation of all relevant stakeholders has been and will be fundamental to the activity of the session. Although this hybrid format does have its limitations, nevertheless, it does guarantee inclusive participation of diverse stakeholders wherever they may be through the virtual platforms. We hope that all planned sessions will be enriching with active participation, inclusive and diverse, and including all stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not been easy to organize this session, and here I'd like to thank the Secretariat, DJCM, DESA, for their strong commitment and professionalism in this process. Allow me also to highlight the work of the Working Group Bureau, Rosny Fango, Philippines, Svela Kozia, Slovenia, Stefano Guerra, Portugal, and Renia Ghana. This session would not have been possible without their support. Today, 10 years since the creation of the open-ended working group on aging, we have the opportunity to make history. Just as 10 years ago, the creation of this working group created a milestone, today we have the great responsibility to rethink and reimagine and not leave anyone behind. We are facing a decisive moment which requires immediate and specific concrete action in order to build back better, adopting an approach based on human rights, which will take as its priority the most forgotten, the most vulnerable. A building back which includes and listens to the voices of older persons in order to fight discrimination based on age and ensure full enjoyment of all of their rights on an equal footing with everyone else. Delegates, both children and adults, have conventions that help to achieve goals. We don't have that. 73 years ago, Evo Perón, political leader of Argentina, said no country can be great unless it protects and respects its older persons. There cannot be a great country unless we help those that have given everything for the homeland. 75 years ago, the founders of the United Nations decided to start the Charter of the United Nations with "We the Peoples." Today, 75 years after, there cannot be a United Nations that is great if we do not protect and defend the rights of all. I invite you to be part of this session and to work and reflect together on our great challenge and our great responsibility to a world where the most forgotten are the first. Thank you to everyone.
Tengo el honor de invitar
to make a statement.
Madam Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank Her Excellency Maria del Carmen Squep, Permanent Representative of Argentina to the United Nations, and Chair of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging for the invitation to address the opening of this 11th session. This session is timely, as much of the discussion over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic has been around protecting older persons who are considered high risk and assisting with the mental health challenges associated with quarantining in order to stay safe. These are issues that member states should continue to prioritize in our longer-term recovery plans in order to strengthen social protection and ensure that healthcare systems meet the needs of older persons. Today, however, we are discussing issues which predate the pandemic, namely access to justice and access to the labor market. COVID-19 and the related global economic downturn requires a seismic shift in how we consider the labor market. Trends suggest that the share of persons aged 65 and older in the labor force will continue to increase, especially in developing regions where 2/3 of older persons reside. While poverty is the greatest social challenge facing older persons, older women are more likely to live in poverty as a result of less access to education and employment opportunities than their male counterparts throughout their lives. We therefore need to ensure equal access to quality opportunities in the labor market for older persons. Moreover, the move towards working from home requires us to increase digital literacy amongst older persons and bridge the gender digital divide. So to this end, I trust that you will support my upcoming event on digital cooperation and connectivity. In addition, we need to learn from past experiences. In the aftermath of 2007-2009 recession, unemployment rates for older workers increased exponentially. Stable employment was lost, with many older workers taking longer than their counterparts to find new work. Much of the opportunities were lower paying and more precarious in nature. This is particularly concerning when we consider that pre-pandemic, 3 out of 4 older workers were employed in the informal sector, where they are afforded little, if any, social protection. Now is the time to reimagine national and legal frameworks for access to the labor market, as well as accessible remedies and redress mechanisms available to older persons when the right to work is not upheld. Excellencies, dear colleagues, access to justice in all its unitary and include fair procedures for dispute resolution and effective remedies for all human rights infringements. Older persons are entitled to impartial and competent judicial and administrative bodies that can deliver in a timely, affordable, and effective manner to provide prompt remedies. There is no place for ageism in society. Older persons are not a homogeneous group and should not be treated as such. All instruments of justice should take into account the specific needs of the individual exercising their rights, including their language, customs, and traditions, rules, and legal systems, and should is a cross-cutting core element of the rule of law. Guaranteeing equal access to justice is indispensable to combat social and economic marginalization, especially that it enables and enhances other rights. We need to be mindful that the move towards digitalization or legal proceedings, including submission of claims and following cases online and accessible formats of information, threaten to leave older persons behind. Other obstacles include the affordability of legal services, excessive delays in legal processes, such as litigation, and physical access to places of justice, such as courts and police stations. We cannot overlook the needs of older persons if we are to build inclusive, resilient, and age-friendly societies and implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Today, I call on all member states to uphold the United Nations principle.
It is a human rights crisis.
The devastation and suffering brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic has touched everyone in our societies, but older people have suffered the most. Over the year of the pandemic, older people across the world have faced great fear and suffering. The overwhelming majority of deaths from the pandemic have been older people. We remain alarmed by reports of the hardships and neglect experienced by older people in care homes and institutions. In extreme cases, they were left to die unattended from COVID-19 or from malnutrition or dehydration, many in some of the world's wealthiest countries. The pandemic has exposed long-standing systemic inequalities. This includes patterns of discrimination that are deeply rooted in ageism, reflected in inadequate health services for older persons, gaps in social protection, and intersecting discrimination based on age, gender, disability, and other grounds. In building forward together, we now have, as the Secretary General has emphasized, a unique and historic opportunity to forge a world built on a foundation of inalienable rights where every person's dignity is respected throughout the life cycle. This is the very purpose of this working group, to strengthen the protection of the human rights of older persons, a purpose and mission that is more relevant than ever. Our role of older persons in the total population are growing. Japan is an example of this global trend. 3/4 of a century ago, there were only about 100 people aged 100 years or above in Japan. The number of centenarians continued to rise over the past 50 years. Today, there are more than 80,000 centenarians in the country. At a global level, between 2020 and 2050, the number of older persons is projected to more than double. 30 years from now, 1 in 6 people in the world will be an older person. This presents not only challenges, but also opportunities. Older persons represent an incredibly diverse group, and they are key actors of development and play crucial roles, not only in their families, but in our communities, economies, and political systems. In the face of the pandemic, for instance, we have seen older retired doctors and nurses leaping to the call for help during the peak of the crisis. A coherent, comprehensive, and integrated international legal framework on the rights of older persons that responds to the reality of our changing world and specific human rights challenges and protection gaps that older people face would allow us to reap the full benefits of longevity for sustainable development in all its dimensions. Excellencies, last year, to mark our 75th anniversary, the UN conducted a global survey asking people around the world to identify a top priority for the United Nations going forward. A vast number replied with 2 words: human rights. They identified tackling human rights. The UN 75 Dialogue on Inequalities made a specific recommendation to promote the creation of a UN Convention to protect the rights of older persons. This is a powerful message coming directly from people we serve. In responding to the COVID-19 crisis, we have strengthened our collective efforts to advocate for the human rights of older persons. Guided by the Secretary General's policy brief on the impact of COVID-19 on older people, UN agencies have joined up efforts under the Interagency Working Group on Aging to support the implementation of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, launched a global report on ageism, and integrating older persons in the UN Socioeconomic Response Framework for COVID-19 response and recovery. Excellencies, the Secretary General's call to action extends beyond the UN family. It is also a call to all member states, to parliamentarians, to the business community, to civil society, to national human rights institutions, and to people everywhere. In his policy brief, the Secretary General has leaned into this conversation for the first time, calling upon this working group to accelerate efforts to develop proposals for an international legal instrument to promote and protect the rights and dignity of older persons. This requires full commitment by all member states and all stakeholders to collectively move forward. Genuine, effective, and meaningful participation, particularly by civil society, NHRIs, and older persons themselves in the discussion of this working group is an essential prerequisite. We shoulder a collective responsibility. Transformative change will take the full commitment and support of us all. What we need is a renewed, concerted, global determination to ensure the protection of human rights of older persons. This working group can demonstrate that commitment through a concrete roadmap towards the fulfillment of its mandate to present what should be included in an international legal instrument to promote and protect the rights and dignity of older persons. We must all join forces to uphold the deliberations in the days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I thank the Assistant Secretary General for her statement. I now invite the working group to view a pre-recorded video statement by the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madam Michelle Bachelet.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, and hello to all of you from Portugal. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The European Union welcomes the opening of the 11th session of the open-ended working group on aging. This year's session takes place in extremely challenging times for all of us, with devastating impact on the lives of older persons. The global COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated pre-existing inequalities and disproportionately affected persons in vulnerable situations. They are at higher risk of severe illness from COVID-19, and they are particularly affected by social and economic impacts of the pandemic, especially loneliness. The EU undertakes to ensure that all human rights, including the rights of older persons, global recovery. This working group sessions, being of course the most prominent international forum, provide us with the opportunity to discuss how to foster solidarity between generations and older persons can fully enjoy their human rights and reach their full potential. We must take into consideration that the characteristics of aging and the definition of the age at which someone is considered an older person vary in different societies. The situation of older persons and the promotion and protection of their human rights remain high on the agenda of the European Union and its member states. The EU strongly supports the broadest possible involvement of all actors, not only states, but especially the inclusive participation of civil society organizations and nation human rights institutions. We need to work with all partners to strengthen global and national targeted responses to address the needs and rights of older persons.
coming in.
There was a slight confusion with the video. We began to show the video from the Portuguese representative. The speeches planned for this segment with the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General. We thank them for that speech, and we're hoping now to play the video of Madame Michelle Bachelet, particularly because she is so important. She is the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, and so she has to have a central place in meeting. So if there is a technical impediment, please let us know what it is so that we can continue with our meeting. And if necessary, we'll have to listen to this video later and we'll continue with our meeting. So please, Secretariat, let me know what the situation is. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends and colleagues. It was exactly 10 years ago that this working group began its efforts to strengthen protection of the human rights of older persons and to develop proposals for an international legal instrument towards this end. We will also soon mark the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, with its new agenda and commitment to building a society for all ages. And it has been 30 years since the adoption of the United Nations Principles for Older Persons, which laid out key principles for older persons and important guidance in terms of independence, participation, care, self-fulfillment, and dignity. And we have seen some progress, but today, that modest progress is being overshadowed by the tragic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on older persons. The crisis has exposed critical human rights protection gaps for older persons, including widespread discrimination based on older age, lack of social protection, especially for women, and of access to health services, failure to uphold autonomy and participation in decision-making, and failure to ensure that older people are free from violence, neglect, and abuse. The Secretary General's policy brief on the impact of COVID-19 on older persons, issued on May 2020, made it clear how vital it is to step up efforts to protect the human rights of older persons in the pandemic and beyond it. In response, 146 member states issued a statement committing them to, and I will quote, fully promoting and respecting the dignity and rights of older people, end of quote. This is just one example of what I see as a renewed political imperative to prioritize the protection of older persons. I also welcome the increasingly strong and organized work of civil society movements around the world. Many of you are among the 122 civil society organizations and networks whose recent joint letter to the Secretary General welcomed the policy brief and urged increased efforts across the UN system to uphold the human rights of older people. We are also seeing increased UN interagency efforts across countries, regions, and the world to respond to the pandemic with efforts that are coordinated, age-inclusive, and rights-based. Implementation of the new UN Decade for Healthy Aging, approved by the General Assembly last year, offers opportunities for greater collaboration. The Secretary General's policy brief called on states to accelerate efforts by this working group to develop proposals for an international legal instrument to promote and protect the rights and dignity of older persons. In line with the request made at the most recent working group session, my office has been updating the analytical paper on normative standards in international law in relation to older persons, originally issued in 2012 as a contribution to the working group. The new updated OHCHR study takes stock of developments over the last decade and provides further analysis of protection gaps, as well as the adequacy of the existing international legal framework for the promotion and protection of the human rights of older persons. It includes some of the impacts of COVID-19, including the added urgency of addressing these gaps by building more age-friendly societies. The study highlights that the existing international human rights framework provides fragmented and inconsistent coverage of the human rights for older persons in law and practice. Engaging by international human rights mechanisms on the human rights of older persons has been far from systematic, coherent, or sustained. The lack of a dedicated normative instrument of the subject and the conceptual limitations of existing instruments continue to hinder the effective protection of human rights of older persons. The experience of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, among other instruments, clearly demonstrates that development of a dedicated legal instrument can effectively contribute to changes in law and practice at the national level. I hope that this study will contribute to your discussions as you consider next steps forward towards the fulfillment of your important mandate. Thank you very much.
I thank the High Commissioner for her statement. That last statement concludes the opening segment. I now invite the open-ended working group to turn to agenda item 2, entitled Adoption of the Agenda and Other Organizational Matters. The provisional agenda for the 11th session of the open-ended working group on aging is contained in document A/AC 278/2021/1 and is available in all 6 official languages. And the proposed organization of our work is contained in a conference room paper, which is A/AC 278/2021/CRP1, published in English only, which is available on the website of the working group. I now invite the working group to consider the provisional agenda for this session as contained in document A/AC 278/2021/1. Are there any comments on the provisional agenda? I see none. May I take it that the working group wishes to adopt the provisional agenda? I hear no objection. It is so